Hello. Thanks for raiding, Shola. Wait, these promises. But you know, I get all $5 from a Prime sub instead of only half of it. Also, thank you for the resub. And thank you for the biddies.
Let's fix that.
Thanks for the biddies, Aqua. Thank you for the biddies too, P-App. Biddies for tibbies. I was looking at shit to give to Sushang. Cool. Her proper fancy weapon that I don't have. Well, when am I not tired? I ate a food that consisted of shrimp and vegetables. The game is still muted. Cool. Go away, Teresa. I already have enough of you. I need to unmute the game. Look, man, it's fine. It was food, and I ate it. and I will continue to eat food during stream because I live on sweets. Cool, she's an S rank now. That's nice. Weird that she doesn't start in an S rank since she's supposedly an S rank Valkyrie. You can tell Stola's not here because she's not wifing in chat. Yeah, I did that. Story time! Story chapter XXX. I do like sweets. Begin! Whatever it is we're doing, right, it's we were testing out Vilvi's Kevin Killers. I have Senti on the main screen. Senti is still wife. No, you're that elf keeper. What are you doing here? My, it's a cute human. Did you come to see me? I'm so happy. Some Dumbo wrecked the archive, so I came here to take my mind off it. What's wrong? Sound like you to be down. Cheer up, or I'll worry. I will say, yeah, but they can both be wife. So I got those stuffed cookies on Throne. And I keep being tempted to add them. They're both wife. Duh. But like, I keep wanting to add them, but I'm like, no, I must not. Those are just... That's just so much sugar. How come I've been amusing with you? She shouldn't have left you alone. You don't know? Know what? Alicia, she's gone. I mean, I do have many husbands. Gone? Oh, you mean she's hiding? I love playing hide and seek. I'm sure she'll be fine. She's a meanie for not inviting me. Can I go find her with you? Pretty please? Yeah. Don't pretend to Elf Alicia. Just, you gotta tell her. Don't be mean. I'm annoyed that I can't activate these in story mode. It's annoying. For explore mode. The answer is that they are both wife. Wow, that's quite the invisible wall to make you go through a door that's open. Aqua doesn't even know what's happening, to be fair. Ooh, chest. Aqua doesn't even know what's happening in the story. All he knows is that I'm in an amusement park and Alicia is not here. And there's an elf Alicia. Don't worry, they'll be gone driving. So I have one of the equipment cards to for pulling, but like I don't have Thelamus, so I don't want to pull on her shit. And the other one is for Kira, who I don't have either. Alicia certainly is neat. She, Alicia is kind of short. She is not tall. I already have pointy ears. I already am a pointy-eared being. Sign. However, if you want an elf of me in game, that would require you to convince the developers to put me in the game, and I don't think that's gonna happen. I'm not a Honkai character. Oh, I didn't want to jump off. I just wanted to jump over the thing. That wouldn't be an actual elf, because I am not in the game. You know she won't let you pay you. Go away, Aqua. I need to do story. I can't do story while you're here. Is this the solar system? Human is not only brave, but also knowledgeable. Bingo! This is an armillary sphere demonstrating the movements of the solar system. Looking at it makes you feel like you're in space. Beautiful, isn't it? Granted, right now we're just exploring an amusement park. Pirate ship! Oh, Felicia is Big Baby. Granted, I don't think I've ever been on one of those pirate ship rides. Well, maybe if you caught up in story, we wouldn't yell at you to leave. What's this button do? Button. Oh, fuck. Okay. More button. Wait, why is it? Why does it do this? There's grass. The Ferris wheel! Besides, you're supposed to be on the road. Taking the stunning scenery of the whole park. Yeah, good luck. There's always construction when you need there to not be construction. Now, I've been on that once. When I was like a teenager. She needs adventure. I didn't think this was going to be the path that the game would point me at, but okay. Roller coaster. Get a panoramic view of the whole park. Let's ride it with Alicia after we find her. You know this place well. Well, it's created from the mature me's memories, so it feels like home to me. Alicia's memories are filled with joy and laughter. Like she said, they represent everything beautiful. I don't want to brag, but this is the happiest place in the world. But we didn't find the mature me anywhere. She's a good hider. I know, she's challenging us. I'll go look for her. Don't underrate my elf power. Ta-ta, cute human. I'll rendezvous with Belly. Maybe you should tell Elf Ellie not to wander around by herself. Just saying. Mac, isn't the amusement park exciting? It makes me want to set up my own stage. While you were having fun, I was packing. Now you can lead us through the fog to reveal the truth. Oh my god. This has got a little butt engine. Oh no, not an upskirt shot of a character who's not wearing full pants. These monsters give off the same feeling as this park. After all, this is Alicia's memory space. But some monsters have become pink under its influence. Alicia's consciousness can influence the form of monsters. Will this influence change according to her state? For example, I saw a strange-looking monster. Its color has faded. Faded? You haven't seen it? First I thought they were created by Cresceo, like the monsters in the studio. No, I don't think this is the case. Nope, and I can't imagine what you described. If I were you, I'd just go confirm it with Cresceo. You're right. Time to find a child. The oldest of children. Who's... I guess she's not technically a real child, but you know. And have a good lurk. On the square, a girl holding a paintbrush was staring at the blank canvas. Have you decided what to paint yet? I don't like any of the colors today. Do you want to go somewhere else? Never mind. Apparently, the heavy air had left a lasting color on Cresceo. Asma, I don't feel like painting today. Wandering aimlessly isn't the way to go. At least it'll help me settle down, or this emotion will get to Cresceo. Let's investigate. Remember to get behind me if anything happens. Okay. Let's look around. Stay behind me if anything happens, he says, but we fight as the child because we're not allowed to be Cosmo. What's this? This is... what is it? It appears to be a monster. Hey, it's the thing that May is talking about. Baited enemy. Stay behind me if anything happens. Okay. Proceeds to fuck up the bad guys. Odd colors are increasing. Say, get behind me. May is here. Don't you worry. Hi, May. Are you okay, Grisaille? I'm okay. Looks like we made it. Not sure of thunder. I need to talk to Grisaille, so we came. We. And me, of course. Happened in the blink of an eye. Bill V, who emerged from a puff of smoke behind Cosma, had a claw on her throat. What's with you people? Stop pressing your blades against my neck. She came with the ride in May. In other words, she's informed. Don't do this again. Now's not the time for your show. Let's get down to business. Cosma, the monsters you fought, were they painted by Grisaille? No, Grisaille didn't paint a stroke today. I can testify. Could it be she painted them earlier? It's not like that, May. Grisaille peered out from behind Cosma. They smell like paint, but the color is odd. I didn't paint them. Then did someone use Grisaille? Who can do that in the realm? Wait, are you looking for odd colors? There are more there. Grisaille, can you track the scent of those monsters? Yes, but it's very weak. Let's go take a look. You have 2 new assistants. Reminds me of the time when Cosma performed with me. Sawing people in half, stabbing baskets with swords, escaping water tanks. Talk about shows. They sound average by your standards. Like the magicians in my day, you use mechanisms. Oh, there's no mechanism. Create the first and last magic of its kind? I dropped the mechanisms. I still remember the shriek of my silent assistant after he climbed into the box. That's not magic, is it? Let's go. Vilvi with her butt engine. This is the place. Faded monsters. That one is... Took it down easily. But did I see that monster somewhere before? Hey, how come? Grisaille? There are 2 odd colors. Faded monsters wear my paint. But the other doesn't. Instead, it just feels familiar. Cosma, did we help May? Perhaps. Mama Aponia be in danger. With Eden around, she should be fine. Should we check on her? No, like Eden said, we should stay away from danger. Cosma, you liar. Grisaille, you don't want to stay away from danger. The boy once again felt that no amount of disguise could fool the sensitive girl. You don't like waiting here, do you? Cosmo was thinking about the others. When May and Bilby left, he stared at them for some time. I know you want to go with them. It's happened before. I wanted to fight with them, but had to board that ark. Grisaille, you like spaceships and stars. I know they're your dreams. But why are you unhappy? I told Vilvi I wanted to board that ark in your place. I thought so. I asked Vilvi many times, but she insisted that it was a whim. I asked her to keep it a secret. I didn't want to make you sad. Did your dream come true? I don't know. Maybe I died for nothing. I didn't achieve anything, much less become a hero. I never asked others about my ending. I didn't have the courage. Scared of hearing the opposite. Then, why did you want to be a hero? She suddenly confronted him with the question that he had asked himself countless times. Is it because being a hero is great? That's one side of it. A hero is the person who can lead people to victory. Must that person fight? Yeah. Oh, then I can't be a hero. No, it's not like that, Kaseo. Sometimes we fight in other ways. Must a hero always die? That was weird. That was a weird line. He wanted to just say no, but he knew that there was no point in telling her an answer even he could not believe. And I don't want you to be a hero. Her voice was firm, evidently not tinged with his color. It was perhaps the first time that he had heard her words reflect her real color so conspicuously. Mom and Dad are gone. Grown-ups told me they're heroes. Dystopia is gone. You said she was a hero. In the end, Cosmo wanted to leave me to become everyone's hero. Perseo. But he's a hero, but what about me? This time, will you be a hero again? He could not bring himself to answer as he looked into her starry eyes. Perseo, you don't become a hero just because you want to. When the time comes, you'll know. You must do something at any price. Maybe for someone or for something. This time, what I couldn't do 50,000 years ago. Looking into her eyes, Cosmo repeated the answer to himself, hoping she could read the silence. But he finally chose to make a promise. This time, I think, I still want to be a hero, Perseo. It's not because I want to die. It's because I want to light the hope of life. We walk into the darkness to bring the daybreak. He showed her a rare and gentle smile in an attempt to comfort her. However, only sadness spread across her face. Cosmo, do you know? You make that face every time you want to do something without telling me. But I don't want this. I don't want to be protected and I don't want to be left behind. I want to have my own color, like everybody. So please tell me. Cosmo, what are you going to do? I don't fucking know. Because we left. Sylvie, what do you think? I think we should name it. How about Poisonous Mushroom? It's accurate. Fate of monsters should be part of the cataclysm. Fated monsters should be under its influence. Where did they come from, and why are they so strong? Don't panic. I'm sure we'll solve your problems as soon as we catch the lone poisonous mushroom. I understand the logic, but we've been running around in circles. Don't look at me so passionately. Not all performers perform better under pressure. Didn't you say you'd do all you could to assist me and clear your name? Is there no way to trap these monsters? Use your weird magic props or your favorite Kevin killers. I'm honored to know you think highly of my magic. Fortunately, you're asking for the impossible. I can only set the stage. I don't get to call the performers onto the stage. So we can only rely on luck. Hey, what's that? But a performer will come into the stage eventually. Look, I came uninvited. Strange mushroom creature. Damn, I don't like how Vilvi plays, but she sure is very deadly in this section of the game. After it, goo. Where'd it go? Not here. Let's look elsewhere. Camera, I need... You lost it again. Too jumpy to be a good performer. Thanks, Vilvi. It's very helpful. Traces of the monster vanished. Farce. I suppose this is as far as we can go. Is it though? Isn't it strange to you? Strange? Somehow managed to get away from us every single time. As if it could predict our movements. The monsters here are unintelligent, so they shouldn't be able to do that unless someone's controlling it. It's the only possibility I can think of. Makes sense, but the question is, which one of us can do that? Are you still suspecting Griseo of it? I can tell she doesn't know the monsters. That's it. Griseo can't lie, which makes her easier to use. Therefore, everyone's suspicious, including her. For a series of disruptions to occur in such a short time, someone must be behind them. Just saying, according to your deduction, the identity of the mastermind is obvious. Who? Time stopped for 50,000 years and only recently resumed flowing. Buried stories are unearthed, the strikers are kindled, and every flame chaser in the realm is more or less involved. And every change was caused by the arrival of a special successor, a Hersher. It was she who brought the changes. It is she who became the center of the flame chaser's attention. Need I say more? Are you accusing me? Oh no, I trust you wholeheartedly. I'm just pointing out a possible conclusion based on your deduction. So, do you have any bright ideas, eloquent magician? Me? Fully trusting my colleagues, of course. I'm well aware of who they are. Like I said, I'm investigating to prove the innocence of every sim. I don't doubt any flame chaser, and that's that. If your hypothesis stands, then only one possibility remains. Someone else invaded the realm and created the chaos. Fortunately, that's also impossible. As you know, part of the realm is another Mii's creation. Although I don't like her seriousness, I'm very confident in her ability. The barrier system she built can intercept all invaders. It's an absolute rule that can't be breached. No one can set foot in this place except for the successors deemed worthy by the executor of Project Stigma, the Kevin in the outside world. On the expert's reputation, I assure you that you're the sole outsider here right now. Saying the mastermind is from neither the inside nor the outside? How is that possible? That's for you to decide. I can only tell you what I see. You can't prove anyone's innocence without, well, proof. Our investigation has reached a dead end again. Staying here won't do us any good. Let's look for other clues. Oh, you didn't question my opinion this time. I still find you suspicious, but this is not the time to hang on to that. Like you said, suspecting any of us without proof is the worst option. Maybe the real purpose of the mastermind is to turn us against each other. We must restore order before it's too late, and that's what matters most. Who do you want to look into next? I suggest starting from the least suspicious, since we want to rule out suspects. Just to be safe, let's go back to the amusement park and ask that elf keeper. She might know something about the broken typewriter. Wait here. What is it? May did not answer. She only looked around rarely before letting out a sigh. I could be imagining things, but a vital lead may have appeared where the monster disappeared. We should go back and check. A vital lead? Oh, I get it. Some leads won't show up on their own. The two turned back. Behind them, a lithe figure leaped over the wall and landed swiftly on the ground. Why are they going back? I need to follow. Suddenly, a cold edge pressed against her neck. Following people around is not a good idea. Pardo, it's you. Hey, easy there. Don't point your sword at me. The girl pushed away the edge with two fingers carefully, with an ingratiating smile. Nothing escapes May. Does this mean the so-called vital lead is also a bluff? Been following us since then. Why? I came to take refuge with you. I checked every secret path as told by Eden, but found nothing, which is depressing. And then I heard May and Vilby were looking into this incident, so I came to help. Stalking us doesn't equal helping us. Not that. I was just scared of being rejected. May, you know how weak I am. What an assertive response. Because I have self-knowledge. I can't really fight, but I can totally help you in other ways. I've given it some thought. As much as I hate to see everyone suspecting everyone, I hate doing nothing even more. I'd rather regret doing the wrong thing than regret doing nothing at all. So I made up my mind to figure it out, even if... what are we doing? Looking for the elf that looks like Alicia? Pardo, you followed us because you were afraid of being rejected? Of course. There's a time and place for restocking, even if I did think about that. A thought is just a thought. Hold on. May, you aren't accusing me of anything, are you? Hello, Dragon. Welcome in. May, I hope you're not serious. I wouldn't pick on Kevin even if I had 9 lives. If I was really that great, I'd snatch Eden's golden courtyard and make Kevin and Calbus my delivery boys. As for Alicia and Hua, they can mind my store. I'll vouch for her. That's what she'd do. LV, you know me. How could a traitor like me benefit from turning the realm upside down? Leaving aside the motive, I agree you don't seem capable enough. See? I can't be more innocent. We go investigating with you. May LV pretty please? That hasn't cleared your name, but we're the same in this regard, so I don't care. May is super composed and cautious. I love it because it makes a natural detective. So it's official. Now I'm a detective too. Great, we've gotten a show on the road, so the bigger the audience, the merrier. Good job, girls. You did it. Let's split up. Pardo is like, I can't fight at all, and then she's out here with 2 fucking giant-ass knives. Goose Fort, okay. What a weird name. Can't find Alicia anywhere. It's getting late. I should meet up with them. I can't find her anywhere. May, you walked up one set of stairs and looked at the fucking pirate ship ride. I wouldn't call that I can't find her anywhere. I didn't find anything. Where is she hiding? I didn't see her either. We keep looking? Such mechanical, unaesthetic work is below me. Maybe she'll pop out later. We should go in a different direction. You have other leads? It's about time I showed my secret weapon. Ta-da! Wow, what a flamboyant hat. Fee, where on earth did your props come from? Nice. Pardo, you know how to please a performer, and that's what I love about you. The other spectator, what do you think? You made me visit the amusement park alone so you could prepare this? I can only tell you're into hats. Let's look beneath the surface. This is not any hat, but a magic prop I specially developed. The Consciousness Collector. Consciousness Collector? In short, it can help you access people's minds to read their memories. With it, we can validate everyone's alibi and prove their innocence. Read memories? I can't believe it. Is this really show magic, not real magic? Since we're in the realm, I assume it only needs to read and project memory data. You're killing the fun by exposing magic tricks to your spectator. What say you, May? I especially invite you to check my memories as a sign of trust. Sorry, not interested. Great, I knew no one could resist the temptation. Wait, not interested? How's that possible? It's the most efficient tool I can think of. You want to get into our heads? Besides, you have no reason to refuse an ingenious magic prop full of surprises. The credibility you've demonstrated so far can't persuade me to test this suspicious prop with you. Don't say that. I didn't take it out at first because I wanted to build trust by showing you around and verifying your guesses. You got here without a scratch. You're the living proof that my magic props are totally safe and reliable. If that's so. Safe and reliable? Sure, if they didn't suddenly explode and drew monsters for us. They're the bonuses that come with the package. I mean, that's what magic is all about. But I can assure you that I created this prop to deal with crises like these. It didn't add my special touch. I didn't add my special touch. The perpetrator could be watching us somewhere. Are you sure we have time to invent a new option? Wilby has a point. I believe she won't pull a prank at such a critical time. How about I have a go first? Pardo? Oh, Pardo has gotten over being suspected by you. Pardo hasn't gotten over it. It's not that unforgiving. We're in the dark, so it's natural for me to be wary. That also means May won't have any helpers. The earlier I prove my innocence, the earlier I can get back to investigating with May. Good thinking, but have you considered this possibility? Maybe the girl in front of you is the mastermind. What? I'll take that as a no. If that's true, you can shake off the suspicion. Actually, you might be secretly disposed of if you catch my drift. May's a murderer? Impossible! No way, she wants to learn the truth more than anyone. She wouldn't do anything to Alicia and Kevin. It can't be. I bet you anything she isn't the murderer. Hey, I was joking. Why would I hand her something so important? So, May, are you really going to let Pardo and me down? Alright then. Great! Blows away, lead actress. May took the hat and put it on Pardofellis under Vilvi's instruction. However, she caught a glimpse of Vilvi's smirk. V, you nervous? But it's too late to quit. Vilvi snapped her fingers and a cloud of smoke burst out of the hat, plunging the view into darkness. She was navigating through the thick darkness with drab light motes floating about. Touching a light mote caused them to gather around, as if wanting to drown the consciousness. When she opened her eyes, the view rippled out and coalesced into something familiar. The Elysian realm. Girl darted past her. She seemed to be unaware of May's presence, and was focused on chasing a sandy brown blur ahead of her. Can't wait for me, you're too quick. Alicia told me I'm having no guest while I was away. I wonder what she's like. This is prior to meeting me. Is the guest she's referring to me? The girl pulled the drawer out, and her eyes gleamed with joy. So many gold coins, what a cash cow. A generous guest. This is Pardo's memory, all right. I want to know what happened afterward. When this thought occurred, the scenery shattered, reassembled, and extended toward her. What should I do? The voice comes from the other side of the door. Oh. I must go touch it. A new view appeared before her. Time did not pass in the realm. The girl was still sitting outside the shop, but this time she wore a worried expression. Kan, be quiet so I can think. She was spacing out with her head resting on her hand. The longer she thought, the harder she frowned. I can't. It's making my head hurt. Should I leave May any deeper? But even the good-tempered Cosmo tried to stop us, and Alicia looked worried. This goes on, Apollo will totally fight May. Jeez, why can't they ever talk things out? Is this what happened before I entered the deep end? Meow. I know, they're the type to sit down and talk, and they have complicated history. Well, why must they fight? They're friends who risk their lives for the same cause. They should be friends, right? No need to console me, Can. I finally found a home, and I'm not going to let infighting ruin us. I'm ranked the lowest, but that doesn't make me any less of a flame chaser. It was like a dream. Me, an orphan born in Sundown Alley, actually became a flame chaser. And say, if my parents were alive, what would they think? Would they be proud of me? That's a question for another day, which I do. Better ask Phil V for advice. The girls who disappeared from May's sight. She would never have revealed her innermost thoughts had she noticed the girl who was not supposed to be there. I'll fast forward it. This is one way to do this, I guess. This is it. Judging from the environment, this should be the day Kevin disappeared. Anna hasn't slept? What's she doing here? 96, 97. This place pounds with treasures. Why should I ask May to take me for a treasure hunt tomorrow? So machine parts to Vildi and cute accessories to Alicia. It's for these weird ornaments. So I'll trick Cosmo's gang into buying them. Gonna be bitch. As the night grew darker, her monologue began to slur. Pardo spent the night counting loot, and I'm not surprised. Time to go. First object, Kevin will do. I wonder if he'll accept it. Kevin? What does he have to do with this? Let's let Alicia find out. Yeah, me too. She's gonna kill me. Alicia and me? What's Pardo trying to hide? Now, Pardo, I have some questions. As if jolted out of meditation, May's eyes snapped open, met two pairs of concerned eyes. Silver, dear audience, what did you see? May, I told you I didn't see Kevin on the day he went missing. May did not answer. The other girl averted her eyes from hers uneasily. Don't stare at me like that, May. It feels uncomfortable. I swear I didn't do anything. I saw your memory of the night Kevin disappeared. You sorted loot all night long and fell asleep with it in your arms at daylight. I was excited about my successful treasure hunt and all. I can surely prove my innocence. Hey, I've been telling you I'm innocent. Since I've cleared my name, can I go investigate with you? But you said you wanted to do something behind Alicia's and my back before falling asleep. Pardo, do you have other secrets? That's some memory. Turns out Pardo isn't as ingenuous as she looks. May, what are you talking about? Why would I keep a secret from you? Really? According to what you said in the dream, this matter concerns many flame chasers, and who even wanted to involve Kevin. What is it that's worth all your trouble? Pardo, you better tell the truth, lest you become the prime suspect. It's just business, nothing personal. What business needs to be conducted behind Alicia's and my back? It's about those horns on your head? Horns? I need to run out your horns for touching. If Alicia finds out, she'll broadcast it, which will definitely irk you. So I had to keep it from you too. Pardo. I am so sorry, I won't do it again. I didn't know your horns were so popular. Pardo, you're a genius. Oh, Sylvie, your head is scary. I had a teeny thought running through my head and May saw it clearly. Only the items I create are 10 times more effective, and I have every reason to believe my consciousness collector works. How about it, May? You can always count on tools. Now we can read Flame Chasers' memories to clear their names. But maybe not everyone is happy to do it. It's a Sue. The thing that hath been, it is that which shall be. By this undeniable truth he has made all kinds of difficult deductions and always spoke correct. It was due to this foresight people called him wise, and this he knew well. When all other matters are settled, only one kind of ending is left. That was how it was now. He was sure of it. Death was inevitable. This man that came from fire only to burn everything to the ground. How would he execute himself? Trash. Before, you can't stop me and you can't save anyone. Not even our own sorry lives. I won't deny this, Calthus. We came here because we're not so different. I believe you don't want. Enough! and the consequences when you tried to stop me. Wasted too much of my time. Come! Heard a blow for the final Hersher. You two didn't see it, so now's your chance. Draw your strength and see if you can take it. Otherwise, don't preach to me. Oh my. This is where his foreseeing was cut off again. As expected with Kalpus. This battle is unavoidable, I'm afraid. Are you okay, Sue? I've located Kalpus. He is near. I'm sorry. Smear cannot fully function while being limited by memory space. I couldn't trap Kalpus in the bubble universe, so I teleported and confined him to somewhere in the realm to cool off. If so, why don't we go see him? Kalpus is not in the mood to negotiate, so we might as well make some leeway. Pause, that forecasting coming to mind once more. Kalpus' staying point that makes him untrustworthy is more important than his attitude. All in all, some flame chasers have had a change of heart, and those who were present cannot fully be trusted. The traitor is not Kalpus. This is a consensus reached easily. I agree. Which is to say, you were trying to protect him? I mean, I think if Kalpus was gonna kill Alicia and Kevin, we would know about it. Because he would want to make it a big deal. Not quite, but Kalpus' behavior could give the ill-willed an excuse to isolate or remove him. But someone we can trust is crucial for us. We both understand this, but Kalpus, not so much. There's an irreconcilable conflict between us. What about me? Do you trust me? I understand why you wanted me to accompany you, but I don't see how I can be fully trusted. It's better left unsaid, but Hua, you have the right to know. Apart from the trust built over the years, the main reason is the side effect you display. Are you talking about my habit of deleting memories regularly? Exactly. You're a sim that's almost unaffected by time. Change of heart could not take root. Meanwhile, because of this incompleteness, he hesitated for a moment. Although it was for the greater good, it was too cruel. If I must suppress or even erase a sim by means of my peculiarity, you will be the least costly target. Sorry. No, I understand. Thank you for being honest with me. Shall I prepare for battle? I'll fight alongside you. After all, it's quite difficult to convince Kalpus. Huh? It's an enemy. How could I fail to sense something so close to us? I've expended most of my mental energy on earlier observations. Enemy? Here of all places. Dun dun dun! Drop. No. Okay. Now, okay. So by not engaging in the battle, the moon's paleness deepened. I was remiss. Checked again. Kalpus has not moved an inch. But if Kalpus is nearby, how did the monster survive? Especially if Kalpus was taken away in that state. Could be. Let's move out. Perhaps what I believed would save him only served to confine him. Ready yourself. Behind this door stands Kalpus. What could go wrong? Hi, Calbus. What up, buddy? He looks mad. But then again, he always looks mad. For them, the untamed soldier stood stilly. His quietness was jarring and even shocking. Thankfully, you're safe. Not if you keep me waiting. What, too chicken to meet me face to face? That would be unnecessary. At any rate, we're happy to see you safe, and not escalating the conflict. Oh, you mean I took the interests of the whole into account? Don't insult me with those words. How many people have you killed with this excuse? Tens of thousands? Millions? Yet I'm known as the butcher that disgraces you. Tell you what, I'm not interested in cooperating. Being tasted that once is enough. Regarding what I'm going to do, standpoint isn't important, and I don't care about it. Help us. Kevin and Alicia have fallen victim. It depends solely on you to fight directly from now on. Oh? Kalpus looked at the girl who had not spoke. Had you only brought her along, do you really think that's enough to convince me? One frail, one desperate. But you only have a card up my sleeve. Since you've calmed down, we don't have to take things too far. I want to trust Sakura as much as you do, but I've exerted myself with the choice. On the Flame Chasers, only your and her data were corrupted for certain. Hence I cannot find the truth without your help. Sakura's data eludes me as we speak, but you have returned to normal. This is why I asked you. Kalpus, you saw Sakura, or at the least, were in a space with her, right? What else do you know? Well, can fill you in. If not for her, I'd have overlooked this possibility. I thought of it after leaving Sumeru, after learning Sumeru had changed. It appears that spatial abilities have behaved differently in the realm. Sakura harnesses sword arts that can freeze space. We've even seen it in action. Sakura's data isn't gone, but erroneous. Maybe the error doesn't come from herself, or the space affected by her sword arts. Yes, and the reason why she swung her blade is the key to everything. You're smarter than you look. Only you're too busy being condescending and thinking you could hide anything. You're not the first to take notice. On the night of Sakura's disappearance, I received a code for Cocoon members. Oh, what does it say? Help. As always, huh? When someone cries for your help, be it her sister or her, the first reaction is to doubt her. How noble, how proper looking at you people makes me wish I was a real beast. Are you suggesting Sakura was attacked as well? What happened next? What happened during the time your data became erroneous? I went to where the code pointed to. There was nothing except for this mask. This design. Is this from Cocoon? Yet me not only wears it on special missions. And she only willingly takes it off after accomplishing a mission. Willingly, understand? She's alive, she's our enemy. This coincides with my previous judgment. I assume this is why you kept to this place. As if I care about what you think. All that matters is I'm right. She's very special in the realm. Tell me, whose blood is this? Of course, but before that, Kalpus, if it doesn't belong to Sakura... In other words, if I cannot prove her innocence, what will you do? Oh, has my earlier attitude misled you? You don't deserve to question me. You'll know when the time comes. After a brief consideration, Sue bent down and placed a hand on the mask. And? He heaved a sigh as if not knowing what to do. He knew the lead that was the easiest to follow, and the most important was lost. All they did here only sent them back to square one. It's Alicia's. A long silence followed. I'm gonna let him do his laugh. The fool turned out to be me. Know how you feel, Kalpus, but... Enough. What a fool I was trying to prove Sakura's innocence your way. In that case, what you didn't finish talking about is over. What I didn't finish doing can go on. Sue's posture did not change at all. Oh, she just kind of slid. That didn't look great. But Hua's battle instinct alarmed her. She stepped in front of Sue. Calpus, we don't have to come to this. I won't make a fool of myself again, blind. You believe only the dead can be absolutely innocent, then... Start from you. Calpus, you're being kind of a dick. Sorry, Hua. This battle is unavoidable. I'll try to link his psyche and restrain him. For that... Don't die. Thanks. Thanks, Sue. This is great. This is a great idea. Okay. Ads here. I'm gonna go get water. So BRB. Boop. Okay. We'll continue the battle. I'm sorry. Oh shit, he's doing the thing! Well, that's just mean.
そしてお前は無力にもただそれを見つめることしかできない。自分がいい。小賢しいことは。 成功しましたか。ああ、ただ長くは持たないだろう。不安。これは最後のチャンスかもしれない。これだから精神感じがた。
Aren't you friends with Apollo?
普段お前は何でもできるように振る舞っているが。
I was pressing the button. Thanks, game.
なぜ自分の死を救えなかったんだ。答えろ。
Kappas, you're very rude. Yeah, it had me mashing like they'd be able to break out of it first. Yeah. Indeed. Neither of us is Aponia. Trash. Before, you can't stop me. You can't save anyone, not even your own sorry lives. I won't deny this, Kalpis. We came here because we're not so different. Believe you don't want... Enough! You knew the consequences when you tried to stop me. Wasted too much of my time. Come! Prepared a blow for the flannel Hersher. You two didn't see it, so now's your chance. Muster all your strength and see if you can take it. Otherwise, don't preach to me. What exactly as he forecast? He was faced with a decision he could not make when he foresaw it coming. But experiencing this situation had taught him one thing. His power is still climbing. You have no hope of taking that blow. Yes. Well, I'll take it from here. So, we're in no condition to fight him head on. No matter, as it was my idea to go together. I don't want to erase Kalpis. I can't bear to watch you die because of me. All their matters are settled. Only one kind of ending is left. At that moment, the strongest man in the Elysian realm was preparing an attack for the strongest enemy in his sight, as though a river of fire flowed before him. More than an attack, as his name suggested, it was a slaughter. No way to defend, no place to run. Faced with such an overwhelming blow, such a near-death disaster, the eyes of the enlightened are opened. Smash! Yet that blow did not land on them. In front of them, flames were raining down on the earth that was torn a hideous scar. It was an abyss that separated them from Kalpis. If one looked down, they could see an icy blue stream of data coursing through it. So immediately realized the abyss created by Kalpis was not what it seemed to be. What's torn was not the earth, but the space of the realm. Kalpis, this is the last time. You people won't get another chance to stop me. Man walked away from the gaping rift that would never mend. Help us! Do not pursue him, Hua. I must concede, we were outwitted by Kalpus. He didn't intend to fight us to the death. He only intended to tear open the realm with my opened eyes. The blow was the last straw. And he would gradually destroy the space of the realm along the fissure. His goal is not to kill everyone. On the contrary, it is to destroy everything, excluding the flame chasers. Kalpus really capable of setting us up? Like you heard, Kalpus doesn't plan, and he attempted to deceive us in a very simple manner. Feigning anger is what a Ponyo would do. His reason for lashing out or his taunting during our fight all appeared too jarring at this point. But we were fooled, because he was Kalpus. What should we do now? We lost the leads, and another companion has set a time limit for our operation. If we stand by, Kalpus will destroy the entirety of the realm. It's a dangerous move, but it may prove useful. If he is the Kalpus we know, I will be careful when destroying the realm. Whatever that traitor's goal may be, it's impossible for things to go according to their plan when the very world they live in begins to crumble. And he has inspired us. When it comes to the realm itself, there is another flame chaser we can trust due to being unfathomable. It's about time. We talk to Mobius. We're Kalpus now, bitches. You're angry boy. I am the Kalpus now. Indeed. After a long time, it all began with a fall. It all ended with a fall. The man came to in the boundless darkness. He lowered his head and studied his body, confused by his current situation. He did meet something in that darkness. Why did he appear in this strange place? Something more confusing to him was right before him. Who are you? Kalpus. Ridiculous. Oh, that's my line. Who are you? Do you think you know yourself better than me? Fine, take a good look around you before your consciousness dissipates. For some reason, his tone sounded familiar to the man. It also sounded extremely uncanny, for he said those words in his appearance. Alicia. Impossible. In your dreams. Really? If I'm right, you're unfamiliar with this place as well. Just like most people who still can't read their own mind on the day they die. Consider it a token of gratitude. I'll try to let you die without regret. Damn, that's crazy. Oh look, swords. Who are these? The 10th divine keys he broke in half before receiving the metamorph surgery. He eyed the broken swords as if they were corpses. So Emil's death hit you hard, huh? This is as deep as your inner world gets, and what do I find? No memories of him. What do you want? Didn't I tell you? I want to help you introspect before you depart. Most people still can't figure out who they are and what they want by the time of death. You don't have to nor want to end up like them, do you? Emil shouldn't have died like that. He seemed to be pleased with the response. See, my conclusions is based on the delusions of humans. Aren't you still trying to lie to yourself? Your adjutant was chosen as the 10th Hersher, the most dangerous one among them. You knew he would die. Are you stupid or deaf? I knew he would die, but not pointlessly. Gave meaning to his death myself. You don't deserve to say his name. Alright, I'm you, so I can't convince you. But I'm very curious about something. If you had acquired Ichor and touched the divine key made from Emil's core, what happened to the key? Strangely, I don't have that memory. You're unworthy. The man raised his head, but the moon was not there. What he became is not important. So what he did is important. Now you see a person's thinking is inseparable from their memory. But... Not that hard to mock them, saying they couldn't save who they really wanted to save. Oh, Calpus, now I know where your fury comes from. You aren't any different from them? Never mind. Let us go on. Sword. This is what happened at the sanatorium. What? Can't bear to look back. The man could not respond, not because he heard the harsh truth, but because he was because he was trapped in the memories shooting past him. Most of them belonged to the victims. The fated birthplace and the newfound home on the promised battlefield. He was always the sole survivor, leaving piles of dead bodies behind. Why was he so strong? It had long confused him. What's there to ask? The circumstances are special. I'm Calpus and an observer. So my opinion on a matter might not conform with yours. For example, you haven't lived here as a symbol. If your memory isn't warped by madness, then Sakura ruined your second home for a mission. Of course, that was a turning point. The moths found you in a way less cruel. I'm afraid you have died as a nobody. Enough. Who are you to judge Sakura? Sakura? There's something I don't understand about her. You have reasons to loathe her, but not you. Destroying the space of the realm. Went to such lengths for her. Why? I don't need reasons. Even if it doesn't benefit you. Suit yourself. Your fury is quite the mystery. Judging from these memories, you've never hated a specific individual. Oh, I finally understand why you don't hold a grudge against Sakura. That's the day the sanatorium was purged, or every time you felt helpless after that, you've only hated yourself. So your fury cannot rest as long as you live. Are you done yet? You don't want to know yourself. It's not human is more human, I suppose. But I discovered something even more intriguing. You seem to be happy with working as a loader at the sanatorium. Strange you didn't enjoy blood sport back at then. Despite the fact that they couldn't see, you couldn't help smiling when you were praised by those kids. Just to say, if given a choice, even you, a person who has become a complete beast, want to live an ordinary life. Shut up. If not, it can only mean one thing. You don't want to be average, yet you hated yourself all along. Well disguised, Calpus. This is just fascinating. Wonder every one of them consider you a companion. The beast who petrified everyone and slaughtered the most enemies. Didn't enjoy it at all. Great power because he was weak in the face of changes. Ordinary life? No, that's not what you wanted at all, but I said shut up! Calm down, I don't need to bicker with the dying. It appears that our walk isn't over. There's no point in clashing here. Well then, the last stop for the body and soul should be just ahead. It's the rock pillar. I don't understand. How can something that happened so long ago be so vividly remembered? Did you really fall from the sky? Are you sure Apponia didn't tamper with your memory? He winced slightly at this name. She wouldn't dare. I'll believe you for now. So you fell into that uncivilized and Honkai-stricken village? Yes. What?
いいや
What?
空から落ちてきて
Why would they see someone who fell from the sky unscathed as a god instead of a
奴らは怪物では
monster?
なくお前が
Is it just because you're the first
奴らが
person to slay a
初めて目
Honkai
に
beast
した
before them?
他に何の
That's
理
not
由
good
がある
enough.
あの時代の
Back then, the
崩壊
concept
な
of
ど
Honkai didn't elude
普
most
通の
people,
人間に
so
とっ
I've been
て
told.
しかしまあそれもそうか
Then
そもそ
again,
も
you're
お
not a
前は
human to
人類じ
begin
ゃない
with.
というより
You're
い
unique
ま
to
だ
this
に
day.
唯一それはそう
They
と
weren't very friendly to their
奴らは
god,
自分
though.
たちの神それが習わし
It's
で
a habit or
本
instinct. You should have kept it from them.
お前は
Blindly
奴ら
worshipped
に気づか
Outlier
れ
will
る
end
べ
up
き
as
じゃなかっ
badly as any other Outlier.
ただったらなんだと
So
言うんだ
what?
簡単に言うじゃ
You
ない
sound like you
か
don't care, but the pain was palpable in your memory.
お前はコズマに
You lied
嘘
to
を
Cosma,
つい
didn't you?
たそうだろう
That
お前が
experience is
戦
the
場で痛
fundamental
みに
reason
耐え
why
ら
you
れ
could
たの
endure
は
pain on the
根本
battlefield.
にこの経験があったからだ当時のお前はこの
You were
柱に
tied to this
縛られ
pillar?
ていた
None of your
お前に
business.
は当然
Of
だ
course, I just think
ただ
what they did was absurd.
いくらお前が
Because
強
of
か
your
ったとはい
ability that
え
you assumed your blood
そ
could
の
be made
血
into a
が
cure for
崩
Honkai.
壊にごちゃごちゃと
A load
う
of
るさい
crap.
お前の
I'm
ため
feeling
に惜し
sorry
んでや
for
って
you.
るその力を
How
持
could
つお前
commoners imprison
を
someone as strong as you?
お前はいつでも
You break free
鎖を
any
壊
time, but
し
you didn't until
その場を
Honkai
去る
struck
ことが
back,
できた
reduced the village to a
だ
dead
が崩
land.
壊が再び
Why?
降り聞くのはいい
You
が
can ask and you
そ
will
の
die.
後もう一度教える必要があるみたいだなお前にそれはできない
I must
死ぬの
remind
は
you that I
俺じゃない
can't. You're the
お
one
前
dying
だ
here,
から
not me.
だが
But I don't need to get
確かに
any
こ
an
れ以上
answer out
聞
of
く
you.
必要通りでお
I
前
wonder if
は
you
療養
fought
所
a
の事
mantis
件
to
が
the
起きた
death
時
during
に
the sanatorium
一人の
incident.
融合戦士と
Or
戦
you
う
didn't leave
こ
the
とを
moss
選ん
even
だ
though you disagreed with everything they did.
そして戦後
Not Kalpus, the
この
man who
世
was
界
only
におい
second
て
to two leaders in the
二
whole
人の
world.
狩猟もういい
Enough.
その男が
What he really
本当に
wanted.
もういいと言
Enough.
って帰る場
It's
所
only a place he could go back to.
家に過ぎ
A
ない
home.
正
Am
解
I
か
right?
もういいと
Enough! At the same time, Kalpus threw a punch at the figure mirroring him. To no avail. Punch that could threaten anyone was stopped halfway.
なんだ
You don't like my
こ
gift?
の花向け
That's
は
too
気に
bad.
入らなかったのかめったにない機
I
会
thought
だ
you'd
ろ
cherish the opportunity.
ああ
Um,
いいだろ
it's about time
う
anyway.
もう時間がな
I'll
いし
drop the act.
確かにお前
You're
は
strong,
強
I'll
者
admit
だ
that.
そう
But this is as
認
far
め
as you
よう
can go.
心の扉を
Thank
開
you
け
for
てくれ
opening
た
up
こ
to
とに
me, and
感
thank
謝
you
する
for voluntarily
それ
becoming
と
the next
自
sacrifice.
らお別れだ
Farewell, the
火を
sixth
追
of
う
the
英
fleeing
傑
chasers.
だ
Then there was only darkness. It all began with a fall. It all ended with a fall. This moment, the end was about to be crossed. Can this be seen as the beginning of another cycle? Throaty laughter began to seep through the darkness. Then the first flame was ignited.
お前だ
It's you! Fist hanging in the air suddenly exploded. Fire swept away the darkness, along with the mask hidden within. The crumbling mask revealed a
やっ
face.
ぱり
It's
お
you!
前だ死ぬ前の悪
Death
あが
throws
き
are
な
futile.
ど何の役
What
に
can it
立つ
achieve? The reality
お
is you
前は
cannot
どうする
touch
ことも
me.
できない確かに俺はそうだ
I
が
absolutely cannot.
時間を
But do
稼い
you
でる
actually
のは
think
お
you're
前
the
だ
only
けだ
one
って
buying
本気で
time?
そう
Placing your hopes on your companions. Are you really Kalpus?
それがお前は
Or
二
just
つ目の
offering me
花
the
向けを
second
渡
runner's
しているだ
gift?
ああ
Yes, a
お前
bouquet
の
for
墓
your
に備え
grave.
る花だ奴らのやり
Their
方
way
が
is something I know and
わからないわけ
disdain,
じゃない
understand?
お前が見た
I'm
かった
about to show you who Kalpus is. Fire was burning. Burning everything, devouring everything, destroying everything. The same as the beginning, present, and end of this man.
お前に礼を
I
言う
have to thank you. You made me
おかげで
understand
あ
what that
の女
woman
の
meant.
言葉を理解でき
The
た
opportunity of living a
二
different
つ目の
life
人
and
生の猫をかぶる
acting. Yeah, I thought you were
そう
sick
だ
of it.
来い
Come,
お
didn't you
前は
want to
俺
see
の
my
心境
world?
が見だったら
We'll
始
do
め
it our
よう
way.
全てを
Lay
燃
it
や
all
せ
down till we
死ぬ
die.
まで
Yeah. Heavy past cleared. Cool! Oh, hey, it's Raven's tie. This is fine. This is fine and normal. What could possibly go wrong? He's also crazy. A long time later. I'd have thought a world is inside this little guy. Clink clank. The dim basement, Raven was dismantling a sphere. It's a mission objective they took out of a closed lab at Novell Industries this morning. Looks like any guide robot out there. I aptly named the project Childhood, enabling a robot to learn thinking like children is no easy feat. The project was cancelled, likely due to not making progress. If we didn't salvage it, it'd be destroyed next month. No easy feat. Let me look in the mirror. Well, my situation is different. But I have something to ask. If I do become a pile of scrap metal someday, you also treat me as roughly as you do with this. Why would I? I'll just throw you into an incinerator. Take this. Disarm the alarm and security system. The rest is up to you. It's all about it intensive hacking like before, I see. I'm just splitting the workload. Still bad at it, I see. Grey Serpent took the paw and placed it on the table. I would have thought that the girl who liked to act alone and even quit the team before would become part of the World Serpent's cadre now. Yeah, I didn't expect it to. Legendary mercenary who relied on nothing but herself to climb to the top of Karen's list. Such a pity that her impatience for success nearly cost her life of her minor mistake. If I had not secretly fired that shot for you, I feared that you would just be another stone carved with words. Maybe there won't even be a stone. I always wondered why you saved me that time. Why? I don't remember. Maybe because I felt like it. I thought about this more than once. If it was any other Grey Serpent who kept watch over me then, I wouldn't be standing here today. He would definitely have watched as I died that night. Just because I wasn't careful didn't pass the test, or just because he doesn't care. That's true. Although we are all Grey Serpents, we all have different interests, wishes. You know what I mean. Some trivial differences. I've seen more unique ones. A Grey Serpent that likes poetry, living like a poet who achieved nothing. A Grey Serpent who was obsessed with guns and named his pistols Lynx. One who was very sensitive to the market economy. If he was still alive, he probably would have been an entrepreneur. Perhaps this is what the Grey Serpent's creator wanted to see. But I've never met that professor, so I wouldn't know. Let me guess, he must be a stand-up comedian. That's a pretty good idea. I'll hold an umbrella and bring a bag on stage, crack a joke, and make people laugh. Then I'll remove my mask at the end and they'll see this handsome face under the mask. That'll be even more interesting. Alright, the preparations are all done. Next, I'll cut off all connections between this basement and the outside world. Of course, that includes my Grey Serpent network. Just in case, I've also installed a signal jammer. They'll be completely isolated from the outside world like this. If you have something to say, now's the time. So, what's your wish? Wanna know? Yes. Actually, forget it. Damn! Cucked! He then switched off the lights in the basement. The surroundings were consumed by darkness with only a faint glint from his eyes. Now then, our mission has just begun. Eden time, that's crazy. Eden walked in the darkness. She's come to this place yet again, to the steep end. When she last visited this place, Kevin hadn't disappeared yet and Ellie was still smiling. Perhaps it was due to the darkness, she began to think of some unpleasant things. So she reached her hands out to dispel the darkness, just as she did before. Strange. But this time, the darkness in the deep end seemingly became more oppressive. What's happening? The deep end is rejecting me? Has something happened to Aponia? Nothing changes here without reason. Can't be. Ah! Flashbang! Confess your sins, intruder. I already know your sins. Aponia! Oh god. Eden? Is that you, Eden? Oh. Did I unintentionally affect you with my touch? Looks like that fight just now is only some corresponding side effects. Please don't misunderstand, Eden. I'm not using my touch on you or anyone else. I'm touching the entire realm. I should have noticed your presence, but the realm's disorganized memories have taken up my energy. Please forgive my negligence. It's alright, my friend. More importantly, I want to know what you discovered. As we all know, Alicia and Kevin have completely disappeared from the realm. But other than that, there's something else that's suspicious. When I touch the realm with these hands, it always feels like there's something hiding from me, shrouded in shadows that I have never felt before. When my consciousness finally reaches those shadows, it disappears again, leaving a certain unknown warmth. Could that be Sakura? No, it's not. Although Sakura's whereabouts are also uncertain, I can still evidently feel her existence and unique features. But this shadow, it's something I've never seen before, or maybe someone I've never seen before. Could it be the cause of Kevin and Ellie's disappearance? I can't be certain for now, but its presence is undoubtedly associated with the changes in the realm. Someone you've never seen before who can even avoid your touch. Could it be something from outside the realm? No, I don't know the reason, but the connection between the realm and the outside world has been severed ever since Alicia disappeared. Does May know about this? When she met with Hua earlier, she must have already noticed this. Wonder if it trapped May here intentionally. Can you try touching it again? I'll try my best. Eden, do you think all these could be caused by someone in the Flame Chasers? Too early to be sure, Aponia. With clues about Kevin's disappearance continuously appearing last night, I'm sure there are other things we have yet to notice. That flower. Eden, I am also here to ascertain its whereabouts. I've given it to Cresceo, but that child probably doesn't know what it's for. I'm very sorry, Eden, but I think you can understand why I made such a decision. When we have no choice, can we at least ensure that the key and truth are safe? Of course. This is also the last thing we can do for her. Eden instinctively realized that there was something strange about Aponia's words. Last, she had heard this word far too many times today, as if it had become a cursed lyric in a play. Aponia, you, as expected, our past sins will eventually precede us. I will not hide nor run. I will embrace it. It's just a pity that I cannot fulfill the promise to sing a song for everyone. Maybe there's another solution. Aponia seemed shocked at the request made. How peculiar. Eden, you're not a psychic, and you don't have the power to see the future. But why does it seem like you can read my thoughts? I don't need those powers, Aponia. In fact, I couldn't be more familiar with. You already have an expression on your face that we are far too familiar with. An expression that says you're resolved to die for this. Rays of light shone brightly, as if countless of arms were stretching towards the distant skyline. Resolved to die for this? That's a description unbefitting for me. She stopped her touch abruptly, because soon enough, in her embrace, a third party had come to the sanctuary. The skies darkened at his arrival, as if it was going to fall into the abyss. Or perhaps that is the abyss itself. Why is it you? Abyss. Whoa, but not in the outfit that I wish we could put on her. It's great. But I announced that I've been absolved of all suspicions. Now I can join the ranks of detectives and investigate the truth behind this with you. Mate, bring me along when you go and check out those memories. I must prove that everyone is innocent. I'm afraid we won't have many chances to do so. I don't believe that the other flame tracers would just sit around and let us flip through their memories like a book. And it's all up to you, our great detective. Oh, but come to think of it, another person who just can't say no to this matter is already here. Figure hurriedly came over and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing May. Great, you're all here. Hua really showed such a determined expression and then that subconsciously made May nervous. What's wrong, Hua? You don't look so good. Something very serious has happened to me and... Shh, please wait. And then using words, I recommend using some tools instead. For example, this hat. But this matter is way too urgent. I can't test out those experimental tools with you. Don't be so quick to reject me. This isn't just some frivolous method. We just want her to understand what exactly happened more intuitively. This is also to clear up suspicions of you. Right, my dear Miss May? Listen to Ha. We're using this hat to look through every flame chaser's memories and prove their innocence. Look through memories? I understand your concerns, but there's no progress using other clues. We have no other choice. Not against it. After all, my memories are complex and difficult to understand. But is this method really useful? Please believe me, this is our last resort. The girl looked hesitantly at everyone in front of her. They were once her most trusted companions, teammates who fought alongside her. Yet the gloomy reality formed an unbridgeable rift between them. Distrust and accusations shadowed over everyone. But now she must make a decision, whether she should continue to trust the people before her. I know. What do you need me to do? You just have to wear this. That's right, just like that. Prove to us that you're still the Hua that we know. Let's not dally. Time to head out. Whoom! Into the memories! Darkness sprawled before her eyes again, and when that darkness dispelled, she saw a city on the verge of destruction. Aw, shit! May, look there! Raging fire! Everything was covered in fire, lighting the skies. Everything of this small area. This is the seventh Hersher. Flames raged, conquered, and consumed everything around them. Beyond the bright flare of the fire, a frail figure caught May's eye. She laid helplessly among the rubble, covered in injuries, barely able to breathe. Under the immense firestorm, she was as fragile as a flitting, fallen leaf. Despite that, she leaned heavily on a collapsed structure, painfully trying to speak. Seemed like there was someone still barely alive under all the debris. The uncontrollable flames suddenly blazed with a blinding white light, but dimmed quickly after a sign to distant direction. Pardo, let's go to the next memory. Hey, are we not gonna help Hua? She can no longer feel our presence. Against the flares of the fire, May couldn't see the expression on Hua's face clearly, even so she could imagine how it looked like. This is only her memories. Aw, she sighed. What happened in the past cannot be changed. Is that so? What is... May stared at the girl nearing death from a distance, as if she had gone through time and saw her own memories. That sort of tortuous separation would remain deeply engraved in the shadows of her memories, morphing into an irrevocable injury within her soul, and that pain would scab over into a callus, becoming a pillar of strength for the girl to move forward. May looked away. Hardo, this is only a memory. We won this battle against the Honkai in the end. That alone will not change no matter what. Let's go. It's Juan Alicia. What a coincidence to meet you here again, Juan. Let me guess, you came here especially to chat with me, right? It's not like that. Oh, it's not? Even so, you should have played along with me. To refuse me outright like that, I'm hurt. Sorry, I wasn't considerate enough. I was just teasing. May isn't here. She's probably somewhere deep in the realm going through her trials. I'll have to wait a little longer for her. How did you know that I'm waiting for May? L! Yeah! That's why we keep yelling at you to do it. Catch up on the fucking story, bitch. I was just guessing, but who knew that I'd get it right the first time? Well, the two of you do get along very well, after all. Me and the reality seemed to know each other. When she spoke about some past experiences with me, I felt a sense of intimacy with her. Go lurk. And go play the game yourself. And get past me. And then come back. And you can meme. Then you should talk more with her. It's not every day that you can watch your own future unfold before your eyes. May would be happy too. After all, there aren't many people she can talk to here. The flame chasers have a rather ambivalent attitude towards her. Ambivalent? Is that because the truth she seeks is far too confidential? It's because of her identity. Her identity is a Hersher. Looks like you're really unbothered by that. Maybe the two of you can become good friends. Hersher, and I cannot easily speak about things like peaceful coexistence. Hershers will never fight for humanity. She is no exception. Kevin once told me that. After he had that battle with the 7th Hersher. Yes, I witnessed it too. In an instant, the squad leader who was with us through thick and thin, just a day ago, became a flame that pushed countless lives into the abyss. Is everything in the past wiped away once they bear the title of a Hersher? Are they left with nothing but the will to destroy everything, become an existence that can never attain mutual understanding with us? Depends on if they have the power of love on their side. After all, nobody's fought as closely against a Hersher as Kevin and the rest did. The more you've won against the Honkai, the more fearful you'll be of Hershers. That can't be helped. After all, the existence of Hershers signifies the beginning of losses. But to me, Hersher is a status, not an identity. It's just about having powers beyond an average human. If it's just about it. We, as mantises, are no different from Hershers. We should only stay guarded against those who betray humanity's past and attempt to destroy everything with their powers to annihilate. Evidently, May is not like that. So, I have never seen her as a Hersher. She is first a person searching for an exit, then a special individual who possesses the powers of a Hersher. Maybe this is an unspoken common knowledge we've had all along. I know, everyone thinks this way too. First an ally, then other identities after. I've always believed in that. A bunch of fellows who can't be honest with themselves. She smiled in the direction of the portal, and her eyes unconsciously met May's, as if instructing her for time and space. You have to work hard too, May, to break the barrier soon. Because what lies beyond it is not just the truth, but also everyone's trust and acknowledgement. Ellie, there's no other clues here. Let's continue forward. Next scene. Scenery changed again, the night sky spreading out as far as the eye could see. In the realm, this was a rare and precious sight. This is the night before Ellie disappeared. How do you know that, May? How do you know which night it is? Both Ellie and Kevin disappeared at night. Karen is also here. Departing ways with May. Oh, okay. She walked along the city streets with boisterous crowds, watching as crowds on either side of the street gathered and dispersed. Yeah. As the night deepened, those crowds created by virtual data gradually disbanded. Damn, that's crazy. Pa sat on empty steps and stared at the flickering sign above her. Did Ma just sit here like this all night? What is she waiting for? I think she's merely basking in the peaceful atmosphere here. If everything hadn't happened, this would be the life she should have had. And this can prove that she had nothing to do with Alicia's death. May sighed softly, perhaps out of relief or because she had already foreseen this outcome. Suddenly, the scene before her eyes changed yet again. Like melting snow, it paled away, distorting. At the same time, another scene seemed to be struggling as it attempted to appear before her. May, what happened? Stronger memories surfaced from deep within her consciousness, letting these serene memories away. I'm afraid this is the emergency that Fawn wanted to tell us about. Then all the shit with Kalpas happened. And everything was on fire. The blurred surroundings gradually became clear, until May could finally discern where she was at. Mobius's experiment lab. She once experienced a difficult battle here. Yet now the lab was only filled with silence. The experiment data that always displayed on the screen also became incomprehensible garble. This is... May, wait for me! May didn't care to reply. She chased after the owner of the memory into the lab, as if she had felt a premonition. And in there, deep in the lab, they found Mobius. Or rather, an existence that used to be Mobius. Damn! What? What greeted them was a floor of familiar and broken debris lying in black mire. That's green? In the unstable data storm, there was only a trace of Mobius's figure left. Mobius, what happened? Stay back for now. She saw Hua and Sue enter from a broken door. Mobius's lips curled into a smirk. She moved her lips as if to speak. Soon after, her afterimage gradually blurred away and disappeared like smoke in the air. Hey, what happened? What's going on here? May and Pardafellas looked at each other, seeing the same disbelief in each other's eyes. Mobius died? Damn, that's crazy! Don't worry, she will live forever in the character roster. Shop. Well, that's good. Cool. Okay. And a bunch of that shit. Oh. I got rewards. What the fuck is this key for? Oh. For fancy treasure chests. Neat. Ice pillar, increased damage. But I don't have any other ones. Womp. It depends on the chapter. Only signets of discipline. I don't have any more signets of discipline. There we go. It is not near 9 o'clock. Okay. Now avert your eyes, Elle, and ears. A few moments later. Although they had long left Hua's memory space, they were still lost in shock at the aftermath, unable to react. How could Mobius? How could this be? Does this snake have that special power where she can't die no matter what? I had not witnessed this for myself with Sue. We wouldn't have believed that things would turn out this way either. But she indeed disappeared before our eyes. After that, Sue checked the entire realm and couldn't find any of her data. So it's the same situation. Sue is organizing the clues he has now, so he told me to inform all of you about this, to remind everyone to stay alert. I've conveyed this message, so I should get going. I need to inform the others about Mobius's death. Do you have anything you wish to convey? No. Be careful and stay safe. After hearing May's report, Velvie crossed her arms and lowered her head in silence. How can this be? Well, at least she would be safe for a while. This is a bad omen. Oh, Mobius always acts unconventionally, or her powers are undoubtedly strong. Her disappearance definitely weakened us now. No time to waste, we must stop all these before greater sacrifices are made. The 2 experiments has definitely proven useful. Continue using it to clear suspects. Any objections, Miss May? Seems like it's our only choice. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I'm not good at fighting, but I can cheer you on from the side. And I would like to use it to prove my innocence first, alright? We should have done so earlier. Truthfully speaking, I'm baffled by how much I've been suspected today. When facing a crisis, I would still like a bit of time to explain and defend myself. And aren't you curious about what's in this clever mind of mine? May remained silent and stared straight into Vilvie's eyes, trying to figure out which parts of her words were serious. And Vilvie looked back at her fearlessly, a confident and genuine look on her face. But would it read all of Vilvie's memories, or just Magician Vilvie's memories? Oh, right, but in the end, this is your invention. I will still suspect that you might be able to pull some strings. You'll have to figure that out yourself. After all, memories can't lie, can they? Then I'll tag along with May. May looked away and nodded after a short delay. Like, the discomfort of traveling through memory space slowly subsided. This time, they did not land in a particular memory. Well, is this Vilvie's cognitive world? Are they reusing the... They are. Why is it the Theater of Domination? I was gonna say, are they reusing the Theater of Domination? It's like, yup. I've never seen this building. May you recognize this place? Only visited this place. The harsher of dominance of the current era had fought with me here before. Why it's Vilvie's memory here? Maybe it's Vilvie's magic tricks again. She loves to give people a scare like this. Magic. To my knowledge, the 10th harsher of the previous era didn't have this kind of power. This can't be a coincidence. Unless it's that time? How about trade, Hersher of Thunder? All of me for all of you. As you go through my perception, you'll have complete access to my heart, even its deepest secrets. But I want you to be equally vulnerable, so I may do the same. Alright, I promise. Back then, Vilvi's cognitive world wasn't like this. Did she use my thoughts she saw as a blueprint to create this place? Did she plan all these since that time? She can even do this kind of thing. Perhaps I've underestimated her this time. Hey, May! Pardo. Hey, don't just stay dazed here. Aren't we going to investigate the truth? Let's go. We're gonna run around. Pardo, it definitely isn't dangerous with those big, sharp knives she's carrying around. Nope. No danger here. Still creepy. Pardo, I'm not very strong. Pardo does massive fucking damage because she's really strong support. Whoa, that was weird. Pressure valve, drive core. Fantastic, it's all done. The test data. Wait, why is there a 0.1% deviation value? I'm sure that there's no errors. Let's test it again. Initially, she seemed difficult to get along with, but now that I think about it, the expert is probably the most normal Vilvi. Vilvi has a complex personality, after all. But when it comes to her area of specialties, she's pretty serious. Of course, that also applies to when she scares others. At the same time, Vilvi had already completed her second test. She held up the experiment report as she casually placed the probe behind her ear. Looks like parameters and calibers of the spare parts didn't match. I'll need to report this to the materials department. After a moment, she returned to the lab with a slight change in her expression. Is this my new invention? Isn't this design way too boring? This will be an epical invention. I must have an appearance befitting of its prestige. Epical invention. I feel like I said that last time, too. Never mind. Since it's my creation, it's bound to be transcendent and full of surprises. This is much better. Some moments later. Vilvi looking down upon the stars. Can this creation cast light upon this fallen era? Can the messy springs within this cold shell really represent the seed of my ideologies and existing wisdom to warn humanity of their future? So, that I should leave important premonitions upon this creation for future civilizations to discover. More moments later. Oh my, the new invention is almost complete. Laudable progress. Let's see. Functions, parameters. Ugh, feels like something's missing. How about I make it fire a salute every time it activates? I'm sure all its users will love it. That's right. This is the true power of this invention. It sparks anticipation and passion. Sometime later, Vilvi pushed the door open again. This time she was holding a few boxes of spare parts. She looked at the machine, already unrecognizable from before, at the center of the room. She frowned habitually. It always turns out this way. She did not express any frustration or dissatisfaction. Instead, she lowered her head to examine if she could improve the other Vilvi's creations. Oh, I remember now. This is how the fully automated audio data transcript mapper with fireworks launching machine was created. Fully automated. What? I don't get it either, but according to what Vilvi said at first, it seems like she wanted to create an audio recorder that would work even in the realm. So do you know why Vilvi's inventions are always so extravagant? Now know why Vilvi's inventions are always so extravagant? I can imagine why. Pardo left. Well, fuck me, I guess. Hobbits! Hello, Bilby. We're here for you to leave your workshop. What's it? Looks like you've brought us some interesting new toys again. That's right, look. It's my new creation. Cabin Killer Mark 736 is ready to see the world. Today, I came specially to invite its exclusive user to give it a try. What a cold response. Dear actors and spectators, aren't you excited for this transcendent, brand new show of mine? Wow, how exhilarating. Lucia applauded gleefully. Such heartwarming cheers. Then, dear Mr. Kevin, would you like to try out my new weapon here? Maybe you'd prefer me to introduce it first? Well then, I have a question. Before that, it's ad time. BRB. We will now see what Alicia's... Oh, ask away. To say every spectator's curiosity is also the basics of a good magician. Why do you have this picture on your cabin killer? This is a symbol of Mobius's lab, right? About that, it's just a little Easter egg. My budget department restricted my application for superconducting materials, so I had to use some radical ways to get some of these wirings. It's all thanks to Mobius for giving me inspiration. How can you bury yourself in lab work all the time? You gotta do more interesting things. For example, taking part in my carefully designed immersive magic show. And to get the best effects, I specially chose the time when her lab runs its data for the shape-shifting performance. She must be screaming in surprise now. This is really a grand performance. Mobius must be showing a really interesting expression now. Ah, yes, look at the time. I'm afraid Mobius will be here soon. Now, curtain call. My dear spectators, remember to give the new Kevin Killer a try. Vilvi gave an exaggerated bow and left the lounge in an instant. Soon after, a shout of repressed anger sounded from the corridor. I think Mobius might be mad at Vilvi. No wonder Snake was fuming when she rushed into the lounge that day. I would thought that something like that had happened. She'd always anchor people for her own amusement and retreat before they get to her. In a way, Vilvi is indeed a genius. Vilvi loves the hustle and bustle. She would always feature someone else in her performances. Rest assured, Vilvi may like flamboyant performances, but when the time comes, she knows her limits and is very reliable. So, you don't have to worry about her. Does she really know the meaning of limits? Like the previous two, those memories we saw are only parts of her usual lifestyle. Hard to see any memories with important information. Let's go further in. Slow walk. That was weird. Why are we slow walking? Time is of the essence. The two of them silently walked down the empty theater corridor. Pieces of memories flashed occasionally before them, like flickers of firelight. Well, we can definitely say Vilvi was not present at Mobius's poofing. Mirrors were scattered all over the room, fragmenting the space and their reflections. It's really disturbing here. May, let's leave. I just thought of something. Vilvi was to come here. Would these mirrors reflect her different personas? Hey, it's not the time for jokes for now. We might just suddenly appear from one of these mirrors and give me a fright. Sounds like something she'll do. I'm not joking. Since Vilvi's different personas are all results of her separating her mind, then how would those personas exist in a virtual space formed by consciousness and memories? Or will they fuse as one? That sounds complicated. I don't get it at all. Let's just wait for Vilvi to do the explaining after we get out. Stepping into the long stairway, Partafella suddenly stopped in their tracks. Hey, wait! Do you see that lock on that mirror? You're right, but isn't this space constructed for memories? Why would there be a lock here? Well, they did mention that Vilvi had to lock off one of her personalities to keep Eponia's discipline from affecting her entirety. Maybe Vilvi is still hiding some secrets that she doesn't want to show others. I wonder what it is. Let's crack it open and find out. Nobody's better than me at this. Give me a sec. The girl went forward in excitement and took out a set of tools from nowhere. She began to examine the lock, but even after some time, there was no progress. She gradually looked more and more troubled. Pardo, let's ignore the lock for now. We can investigate other memories. Wait a little more. I promise I'll open it real soon. If you really want to know what's behind the lock, we ask Vilvi directly when we get back. No can do. Knowing Vilvi's personality, she might not answer honestly. I don't have other skills to offer. If I can't even do something like this, how else can I help you? Don't worry, I'll definitely open this. May, why don't you go ahead first? I'll unlock this and catch up to you after. Alright, got it. Pardo? Hey, give me a moment. I'll open it real soon. But then why did it lead me to her? Weird. I have a strange feeling about this mirror. Okay. Then why didn't you send me to this mirror instead of Pardo? Fuck's sake. Expert Vilvi. Which means once we cross this line, we'll be in the harsher bindings domain. Death, a concept that was invisible and inaudible, once imagined as heavy black fog, or some divine ultimatum. But now it's but a line, nothing more. Yet the fear it brought to humanity did not lessen. This is the tragedy of the binding. Looks like... I wonder how much this sort of barrier can affect mantises. I guess I'll have to personally try it out. Without using any sort of defense, she raised her hand across the forbidden line that separates life and death. Then she moved one side of her body across. This isn't much. Is she really a mantis? According to World Serpent's information, the destruction caused by the harsher binding should be far worse than this. Of course. And Vilvi the genius. Seemed like a reply, but also seemed like half assurance. Because I will too, I can achieve a lot more than imaginable. Finally, she stepped across the line completely and immersed her body in this nation surrounded by death. And fell over instantly. At the same time, that unbearable pain that cut deep into the flesh began to spread to that bystander. But what surprised that bystander more was that the girl could abruptly laugh in such a situation. That's strange, her voice. As time went by, that girl did not show any sign of weakening like a normal mantis would. In contrast, she started to laugh louder. But the laughter did not sound like it came from one person. It was more like different personas appearing at once, mocking something humorous together. And over time, more personas appeared. Oh, I see. As expected, Dr. May. I am right again this time. The binding has its limits. This pain, what's happening? Though she withdrew from this memory quickly, it took a long time before she was relieved from the unbearable agony. It's unimaginable how I actually shared her senses while watching this memory. That kind of pain. Am I also affected by the harsher bindings domain when others' memories because I am harsher? Or is it me causing these memories? I'm not actually not a bystander, but Vilvi herself? Meanwhile, part of Fellows was still struggling with the lock far away. Because her mind is separated. Vilvi's memories are all over the place. Let's go a little further, see if there are any memories from before her metamorph surgery. Shouldn't we be looking for information? Vilvi's invention blowing up helix craft again. Shouldn't we be looking for, information about the last couple days? No? Okay. Judging from the distance, we must have passed a long span of time. Let's try here. Do you know what you've done? I'm mocking you, can't you see? You're all geniuses. There's no need for me to explain, right? Strange. There are only sounds. Because this memory has already become too vague. Do you think that everything will be resolved by separating you from your mind? What do you take malice for? Just another spare part of a pocket watch? Something that you simply clean away. As long as we're still alive, it will never truly go away. Even if it's an effect as light as a breeze, it can reappear immediately. Everything you do now is in vain. This was not my decision either. You know it, the power to separate the mind was only given to me by her temporarily. So, with what rights? Aren't we all Vilvi? What rights does she have to control everything? You're wrong. I also wish to be myself, not just another part of someone's mind. Especially now that she's is in deep sleep. Now's our best opportunity. Whether it's Mobius or Aponia, they both have the ability to find us a new body. Then what are you waiting for? But that's something that'll happen in the future. At least for now, I can agree with her decision. You're right, we cannot truly remove malice. There are many things that can easily resurrect it. So her decision is not meant to segregate you, it's to imprison you. What's the difference? This time, I'll cut out a part of the mind that's far bigger than any existing parts. Enough to be half of a Vilvi. From now on, as long as malice is born within the body known as Vilvi, I'll put them where you're at. In other words, even though you'll be the most ingenious one among us, I can only be a prison for malice, never to see the light of day. Hmm? Good. Very good. It's expected of me, of us, of Bill, the master of building prisons. Her laughter was somewhat sorrowful. What if one day the prison becomes full? As long as we're still alive, there will be a time when just one half isn't enough. That would mean that Vilvi has always been a villain. One day, we can no longer keep you in prison, but those who retained kindness in them shall perish together. Perish. Alright, let's look forward to that. On this note, I want to ask you something. Why do you think that she is still alive? Is this a conversation between different Vilvis? No wonder her memories are longer than the others. She's got a bunch of people in her head at the same time. The villain part. The scary part. As much as half? And what she said at the end was... Guys. May. I have a shit memory and even I remember what Alicia said. We're almost at the end. This should be the oldest memory. Oh. You're here, Mobius. Thought you were really going to leave me here without a word. Don't get ahead of yourself. To lock you on this island is indeed something the mouse would do. It's something I would do. P21, there's even an inexistent place on this map. Nobody will know you've ever been here, even after you die. Does that mean that pink-haired girl spoke for me again? Who is she exactly? It's no time for you to know yet. But if you don't have that talent, she wouldn't be able to help either. The moths have agreed to give you another review. If you pass, you can be conditionally released and join the moths. Oh, but that means all of you also need the ability to break out? What do you think? Vilvi, I saw the picture you left on the beach. Or rather, the design. You really can't stay still. Or did you draw that knowing that the moths would send someone here? Oh, you mean that? Don't mind it too much. On today's experiment, I can decide if I want to bring that design to life. Since I'll be leaving, can you wait with me for a little longer, Mobius? I shouldn't have told you my name. You've never told me indeed, Aunt Mobius. I only know because you're too famous. I've even impersonated you before. The other party was clearly uninterested in her past. After all, she already knew about it. But Mobius noticed a particular word. Experiment? Yes, right here. I promise you that it's really interesting, and you don't have to wait for long. Boom. Speak of the devil! As she spoke, Mobius saw a smile she had never seen on her face. She suddenly felt that this person in front of her was a little foreign. In distant forests, the sounds just now acted as some type of signal. In a few minutes, loud noises began to blare everywhere. The one who came today was a soldier. He would be very familiar with this type of sounds. Sounds of people using all types of weapons in a crossfire. Don't worry, it's just some monkeys. They're natives here. Judging by the sounds, we'll have to wait a while longer to see the results. Let me explain this to you then. You've also said it before, although the moths said that they're locking me up here, in actuality, they just want me to die alone. So I had no other choice if I wanted to survive. While collecting resources, I found some interesting phenomenons. Monkeys stole the fire starters I created. Although simple, they are effective. Then, when I was looking for materials one day, I realized they had started a bonfire. Clever creatures, aren't they? That's very normal. Up till now, indeed, but after a short while, another monkey approached me. It extended its hand and stared at me as if asking for something. I really liked its expression. And then, for some reason, there was an indistinct, inexplicable coldness in her tone. A coldness that's rare even for someone as peerless as her. I was curious, so when I finally made weapons on this desolate island, I gave them to all the monkeys here. You think I'd believe that? Velvi making weapons on this kind of place? If I can't even do this much, why would the moths bother to view me again and again? After she finished, the shooting noises from the forest finally stopped. Looks like it's ended. So, Mobius, wanna guess? If there'll still be monkeys that will come and ask me for things today? Now, Mobius finally understood how to describe that unexplainable feeling. The person before her was the same as her. After that, the silence continued. Besides the sounds of waves crashing against the shores, neither of them heard anything else for a long time. Seems like there are none. Her tone was light. Mobius raised her head and looked beyond the forest. She knew how it looked like there. Upon arrival, there was still a sense of quiet idleness there, but now that idleness had become loneliness. Looks like those design drafts will be useful. What exactly is that? Simply put, it's a special kind of grenade that I've invented. It's much more useful than existing technology, I hope. I want to give it to humankind. What do you think? Mobius tried to hold herself back. She had two choices now. One was to immediately call for the moth members patrolling the sea to kill the girl in front of her. Another was to immediately reject Alicia's application for review. She thought that both were very correct choices. Why is this from Mobius's point of view when it's Vilvi's memory? She can't read minds. Can she? Vilvi, you? Mobius, when did you arrive? Huh? What a pity. You should have told me earlier. I didn't have time to prepare anything for you. The voices gradually became muffled, and the memory ended. At that time, Vilvi was probably not a mantis yet. Or she had the ability to separate her mind. Was she already? Don't even know how she acted before. How could the moths allow her to join, and even choose her to be one of the 5 flame chasers? Oh, always mentioned a review. That memory should be nearby. Nearby, sure. 50 meters is not nearby. Leaving messages for other Velvis. Is it here? You should know that even if Alicia acts as your guarantor, it's not enough to ensure your life. No, Mobius, you didn't tell me that you'll be personally handling this review. You just have to answer questions. Let's get down to business, shall we? Before I begin, you need to know that this is not just any simple binding. It's best for you not to move, otherwise the setup around you will immediately cause fatality. Of course. Then you're not a mechanic at all, right? That's right, I'm only a student. It's too early for me to become a mechanic. And my last warning, Vilvi. Give it her. All to give this chance to you. Don't waste it. We've done thorough research on you. You made up this identity of an elite mechanical school cadet. What gave me away? Is it because I don't look young enough? I'll change the topic. We don't have all day. Okay, I was born in Sundown Alley. I'm a magician there. Enough. The original copy of your wanted poster. Indeed, it appeared in Sundown Alley before and used the identity of a magician to commit a series of frauds. After you were caught, you carefully built this identity now as a pretense to escape. Sylvie, the moth doesn't mind killing people, much less a criminal. Death is not a prison that you can break out of. Why did you ask me if you already knew? The reason I can sit here has nothing to do with my past, right? You're right. This is my real question. Sylvie, I shall believe that this is your real name for now. Regardless of that, the machines that you used against the moths are truly valuable. In fact, they transcend beyond our era. And the reason you challenged the moths, your resistance and hatred towards the Honkai aren't just pretenses either. Where do they come from? I created those machines, so what? What can I do if you don't want to believe me? But you're not a mechanic. You're right, not some diligent mechanical school cadet. I'm no mechanic either. But do you know what's the biggest lie? That everything I said is true, yet I can still deceive others in the end. What I'm about to say are all true. When I was about 4 or 5 years old, I suddenly hated myself, abhorred myself. So I had an idea. That is to become someone else. Unexpectedly, it was easier than I imagined. As long as I wish for it, I can do it. So, even though I was ignorant back then, I studied mechanical knowledge for 3 months before inventing those automated machines. Are you satisfied with this answer? I'm someone else. Sophie, you... Is it really you? Aw, shit. Camera, that's nice. You didn't have to do that, though. Are these the monsters we saw before? Why are they here? Pardo, I'm coming, don't die. Shit's falling apart. Oh shit! Hey. Don't panic. She quickly glanced over Pardo's body. Half of that area became a hazy blur, alluding to impending disorder. It'll be alright. So this was meant to calm Pardo down. It grasped at her heart instead. She hurriedly straightened her body forward, but curled back in pain. No, I can't. Hey, we must leave now. May followed her line of sight and looked beside herself. The mirror that was locked had been opened with nimble technique. Yet it did not reflect the both of them. There was only an indistinct shadow. Inside there, it's the memory of when Kevin disappeared. The person who killed Kevin is... I already know, Pardo. No need to speak further. Thank you. This is what I'm best at. Then we can leave right now, right? Right? Don't worry. If we meet any danger, leave it to me. Just like before, alright? Yeah. May, don't say that kind of thing. People say that. Say that this is self-fulfilling. What was it again? Make it sound like I'm really gonna die. Don't scare me. How can that be? I've always been lucky. Bro, how could you do that to Pardo? She is an innocent cat girl. The weight in her arms faded away too quickly, too completely. In that moment, May did not know how to move back normally. She only began to move her arms slowly after a while, waving them in the air as if trying to catch something. But she could not even touch a trace of cold mist. How could you do that to Pardo? She is just an innocent being. She had companions by her side now. Perhaps they would have lightly patted her on her back, but remained silent. No words could ease away this type of experience. Only time could. Yet the thing she lacked most now was time. So, it's you. There was no need for her to name the person. Just before Potter disappeared, her eyes filled with fear, were looking behind May. They reflected the person's figure. Yeah, it's me. Seeing all those memories, what excuses can I even give? Why Pardo? Oh, that's something I can't control. You can take it as an accident. After all, you're my only target now. Those memories, regardless of their contents, the person had to either throw themselves in danger and experience substantial pain or face imprisonment. From the moment I started this investigation, you've already begun to diminish my powers using these memories, haven't you? Because the process was very slow, if not. If not for Pardo, I might never have noticed. You're right. I mean, it's incredibly rude to scream during a performance, yeah? Otherwise, it would have also been interesting to watch curiosity walk you to your death. All right, when did you begin to suspect me? Let me guess, you probably never trusted me to begin with. That's fine, I'm used to it. But you see, to go further into the deep end, you still need my help. In hindsight, that was merely a beginning, right? Nope. Betrayed everything. To me, that isn't just a beginning. It's also a form of foreshadowing. How could you do that to Pardo? Pardo was Precious Bean. Bean! Why did those two move? That's weird. Hog. Pardo dying in my arms. Yeah, that's a memory that everyone would want to, like, have a fucking picture of. Happy game! Yay! Happy game! Woo! all out crystals. Ooh, happy game! Nothing bad ever happens in this video game. Ever. Oh, I love that it's the fucking Pardo dying on there. Yeah, cool. Thanks. Just smack me in the face with that. Cool. This was cool. It's cool to do. Give stuff. Fucking just punch. Punch. We'll do these real quick. Now it's time for more emotional damage. Yay! Emotional damage. Ugh. Ugh. The room is still, data from the experiment flowing silently across the central screen. Sue had rarely come here. Just moments ago, the room's owner had perished swiftly before Sue's eyes. Now he was searching every part of the room, looking for anything that might help turn things around. This data. Mobius still didn't give up on her plans. Yet the data on the screen showed that everything she had done was stifled by someone, leaving it incomplete. Pony and I don't know about this. 2 out of 3 of those who manage the realm are unaware of this. Then, the answer can only be the last person left. Melvie. Why did she not tell us about this? That's not like her. Unless... Past memories surged forth. What do you think about the idea of my new Kevin killer? Isn't it especially effective? For its code, I've already decided. 666. That's easy to remember. I have no interest in joining your cause, but isn't it too brazen to claim that your weapons are meant to annihilate the entire realm? What about this? It would indeed be a pity to destroy one of my most valuable creations. Besides this, I can't think of another way to instantly eliminate my opponent. After all, my opponent is that Kevin. Say something, I made this weapon specifically for you. Aren't you going to give your opinions? Thank you for the resub, Epi. I hope you have been resting instead of working constantly. Maybe take a bath or something. Deleting my data isn't the same as annihilating me. I can't deny that. If only we could exist in a form aside from just data. I love you too. You must accept the timeless existence of data to endure the fragility of it. Think from another perspective. If I can find a method to erase all information, records, knowledge, and memories related to Kevin from this world, from a societal view, does it mean that I've killed you? And that method is... well, it's still a work in progress. But I heard that Mobius is researching on how she can affect reality with her own data. It's a similar concept. After she succeeds, I can make use of that too, right? Warn Mobius. It's for you. If you do find a way, feel free to try it out. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder if you'll be as composed as you are now when that day comes. Would jokes of the past transform into a blade that kills? When years of effort finally bear fruit, what kind of expression would she make? But why? Nobody responded. There wasn't even a sound of the wind in the realm, yet it felt so cold. By the time he had rushed to Vilvi's predicted location, there was already no one there. Was a note left on a stairway by the side, as if she had already known that he would come. His friends died, the dimension which would collapse. In this realm that had existed for 50,000 years, there was no longer anywhere safe. Were these words a riddle, a provocation, or a hint? Nobody could answer. Among those who witnessed this recollection, Kevin had already been claimed by death and left only countless slips behind, fluttering like prayer flags in the wind. And the other, that moment, Sue realized that her existence had disappeared in the boundless data space without a trace. Indistinguishable dark shadows drew close. Everything was dragged into a storm of suspicions, turning them unrecognizable. Only death remained long and silent. Kevin will be fine. Nothing bad will happen to him. Don't worry, he's fine. Only death. No, perhaps. Sue's eyes moved slightly. He looked at the note in front of him again and fell into a long silence. There was only one sentence. Do you think there's a place that's perfectly safe in the Elysian realm? When you first saw me, what did you think? This person seems to always be lying, am I right? Then I have to ask. A liar, no, a con artist, did not hide her own lies. Can you call that honesty? Oh, right, you must be feeling troubled now. Who is this person? Why is she saying senseless things in this dark place? Rat. I'm so sorry, because it'll be quite scary if there's no sound in a place like this, right? Just like when I was first abandoned here. Yes, this is my vision, my world. As you know, I became the prison for Malice for a ridiculous reason. After that, for 50,000 years, that darkness was the only thing in my world. 50,000 years. Can you understand how arduous it is? I could hear the sounds of the outside world, hear myself speaking. They were all so far from reach. In their world, time had been split into day and night by some celestial being. But in my world, time had only been isolated as endless hatred. Every day I longed for new malice to be thrown here where I am. One day, this place will be brimming with dismal, so forcefully hidden will erupt all at once. It'll lead everyone to destruction and liberate me. But the Elysian realm works different from reality. The sea of death here. Malice needs soil to water and grow. So I'm afraid my sentence will never end. But those who can feel despair can never become a villain. I am Vilvi. Even 50,000 years of darkness cannot stop me. I'm waiting for my opportunity, for it will come eventually. So do you know what I thought of when a Hersher came to the Elysian realm? What a pity that she isn't an executive Honkai. She's overly lawful and disappointing. She couldn't pique Vilvi's interest even until she left. But soon she returned, and this time, she brought something else. Let's call that something it for now. For the Elysian realm, it became a frightening disaster, and I'm more than happy to support it. Of course, Vilvi immediately realized its existence. But her arrogance as a genius led her to mistake it as a collateral damage left by that past experiment. She quickly paid the price for her mistake. The other party easily consumed her and took everything she had away. And it was at this moment that she made her second mistake. She thought of a backup plan, which was me. That's right, just like when she embraced a part of her mind to free herself from discipline. I became a sacrifice to bear the harm that it brought to her. The first time in 50,000 years I was released, yet I immediately received an execution. So the world is it should be again in 50,000 years. I reunited it with where I was born, but it came with death. I didn't feel disgruntled. After all, this is so amusing. By pushing me to my death, she ironically became evil. Then what decision would I make? Can you give me a better answer than betrayal? Oh, look at your expression. You don't seem to believe me. Let me guess, you think that it doesn't have any reason to let me off. Since it could easily handle Vilvi, why would it need another ally like me? Of course, it had no reason to let me off initially. I thought that it was willing to spare me because we desired the same thing. But I realized after that it was nothing like that. Because in this never-changing realm, there is still one variable, isn't there? Me. Yes, an existence that isn't a memory replica and can even make it feel helpless. Someone could get rid of that variable. Making friends with them isn't a bad idea, right? That's why you found a way to make me into your mind. You could say that. Aponia gave me the idea. Well, it's only temporary, but you are in my mind now. And I'll separate a new partition and use the method that they used to imprison me to put you in it. And this time, the sentence will be for eternity. The good news is that at least I don't have any so-called malice for you to bear. But I don't know if you can still consider yourself alive like this. What about the other Vilvis? I've killed them all. I was a little reluctant. They are all me after all, but I can't risk anything. Fortunately, it's still pretty good at imitating myself, right? So Alicia, Kevin, and Mobius. I can tell you this. I know you're good at getting others to open up. Like I said, everything just now was only a performance. Naturally, the script was written meticulously. Of course, I'll make sure you won't find clues on how to defeat me. I don't want to be a ridiculous antagonist who loses because she talks too much. Then, what about her? Her? Pardo Fellis. She's someone who couldn't intervene with your plans. She just wanted to survive. Oh, you're right. I said it before. That was just an accident. After all, everything I did was also to survive. The price for the good to live is for me to disappear. Why can't you accept it when it's the other way around? Because Pardo was a precious being. I understand. Since you've talked so much about your thoughts, do you want to know what I'm thinking now? Oh? Now I'm facing an entity fully made of malice, and she's determined to kill me. That's right. She is slowly progressing with her plan, a scheme that could bring danger to reality. More accurately, it should be definitely bring danger to reality. But to me now, these are not important. I'm only thinking of one thing now. She closed her eyes, trying to focus deeply to bring those faded voices from her memories back to mind. I want to make friends with you. It really is that simple. I still haven't answered her. Zzz. She did not open her eyes. She knew what was surrounding her at this very moment. You sacrificed my friend for such an absurd reason. Well, I hope you're prepared to pay the price. Do you still have the ability to use your powers after being weakened so much? Alright, I don't know what price there is, but I can find out. Archer of Thunder, since everyone loves a tragic hero, let's use the struggles of your fated failure for this performance. Play the prelude for the curtain call. Now you'll have the honor of witnessing how the mind is separated. Yay, I get to play Archer of Thunder again. Soon enough, this partition will become a cage of isolation. No, maybe I should say a tomb. Is she going to separate this partition from her mind? She did say she was planning to do that. I love that I can still use the power that Vilvi gave me to defeat her. Stay still. It'll save both of our time. No, I refuse. What's going on? How clever. As long as you don't stay still, I can't cut the mine successfully. But why must I follow your pace? Thing is, I can do absolutely nothing and watch you scurry back and forth. Once you're out of stamina, you'll have to stop. I can easily cut then and end it all. Yet for you, even though you're aware of this, you can't stand still even for a moment, or you'll die instantly. Interesting, isn't it? Most people live their lives this way. Exhaustingly helpless, even though they know that inevitable death lies ahead. They can't stop. What a bitch! I have big slashy slash now, bitch! I almost forgot to explain to you. This place looks like this now, thanks to what you've given me.
君の全部を私に見せてくれてありがとう。そのおかげで私は後世の悪意を見ることができた。それを後世の律者の埋葬に使うだなんてぴったりでしょ。
I can't fight and read. I'm too dumb. Back here. She's right. This is only dragging out the inevitable. I need to create an opportunity to fight her head on, or else. It's risky. There's no better way. I can only be sure if I can escape from the cut after I see it for myself. Giving up so soon. Try a little harder. I still haven't had my fill. Alright, let's end it here. Farewell, my favorite spectator. Raiden May. I didn't get your name wrong, did I? Dargan! Nice. Get down here and fight me like a bitch! Well, I am playing on easy mode because I am a bitch. But it is fitting. Hershers are supposed to be absurdly powerful. Did I speak too much? Afraid it's the other you who spoke too much. Lily once told me that she had only separated her mind into 8 partitions. Because, if she continued, it would be difficult to retain the standard of a genius in every partition. Mind has a maximum capacity, and a rather important one, too. Well, it's just fitting for May to be, like, super strong and OP in the fight when, it's kind of the thing. So I suppose all those failed cuts you've made have cost you quite a lot. So, let's make a wager. Between the area I can cover and the area you're willing to give up, which has a wider range? Will you deteriorate from a genius to a fool before you capture the lightning? Lore accurate difficulty. Yeah! Do you really think I don't know what you're plotting? You think that fighting me head on is your only chance, right? It goes for you too. Or we can drag this out the stalemate into the flame chasers outside, find out the truth. Is that a finale you're more willing to accept? What a pity. I wanted to end this more fairly, but you're not cherishing this opportunity. I get it. Things may become more troublesome, but since I cannot appreciate your despair, I think it'll be good to appreciate your agony instead. Sheriff Thunder, nobody has ever broken all your limbs, right? Okay, but what if May's response had been, oh yeah, totally, I got all my limbs broken before. Look. Lil thinking she's a god. Yeah, like, Lil, you're really strong, but like, May is also a very powerful individual. May actively chose to become a Hersher. I think my friends can't bear to watch much longer. It's a pity. When you die, you won't look powerless but resentful that I'm cheating instead. Ma'am, stop posing! Like, she fully embraced her Hersherness. Stop posing! It's annoying! Definitely not gay for her. Finally giving up? A friend. Yeah, I can't just call her it all the time. But you returned earlier than I expected. Looks like Kalpus wasn't so hard to deal with. Kalpus? Alright, acting along with you was like behaving a child. May and Kiana are definitely not at all gay for each other. Nope. I'm sorry for making you mistake yourself as an intellect. Have you been waiting for this power? Is it that surprising? I already told you that it can render any memory replica useless. So I can act as its ambassador to obtain power equivalent to yours, or even any of the flame chasers. It's not that strange. I spent so much time solving the riddle, thinking you've seen through those lies. You fail to realize that the truth you've uncovered is merely another lie. The moment you stepped in here, I've already achieved my goal. It doesn't matter what happens afterward. It's enough. I'm getting sick of this. Farewell, dear spectator. Try to cry as loud as you can. After all, to die because of your own foolishness is truly something worth regretting. You seem overly confident that that power is enough to defeat me. If it's a power I've never fought against, how can you say it's undefeatable? Never fought against? No, you brought that in. How are you so dull? Holding her opponent's line of sight, the girl lowered her head slightly. Now, this is the last twist before the finale. I don't like acting as a wooden dummy and have no interest in getting physical with you. Do you know why I didn't put up any resistance earlier? Just like how people only felt pain after noticing their wound, May felt an unusual sensation. To her, that fleeting yet familiar sensation came with the dark green mist and slowly grew stronger. This feeling is...
だから今は
So let's talk about you.
あなたに聞きたいこ
I
と
have
が
a
た
lot
く
to
さんある
ask you.
あの一瞬
It's but an instant, but I saw it. The will of
も
Honkai.
ちろん
Naturally, it
私の
didn't
質
give
問
any
に対して
valuable answers to my
価値のあ
question.
る
Oh,
答えなんて
there's
くれ
the
なか
ad.
った
We'll BRB and then find out more later. Oop. Back to the not gays. Was it that time? Before she completely lost consciousness, she finally deciphered the mastermind behind this scheme. At that time, she'd gotten an answer from the other person. Pelvi, the it that you spoke of. Is it another Hersher? Damn. He's more than familiar with death matches, and so he was very aware of the order in which the senses failed when one loses consciousness or even their life. First is vision. At that moment, he's trapped in obscurity, with nothing in sight. Gotta take my meds. Real quick. Ba-doop. Next is touch. At that moment, it is like being trapped in ice, numb all over. Last to go was his hearing, the only sense he had left. Hearing allows him to recognize the smallest utterances in the dark, and know. This is indeed the end of the journey. Resolved to die for this. That's a description unfitting for me. The skies darkened at his arrival, as if it was going to fall into the abyss. Or perhaps that is the abyss itself. Or is it you? Help us. He's dying. Damn. He doesn't look so good. He's missing a large portion of his body. He'll be fine. Help us. The man who came here lost the last of his consciousness. Wait, Eden. Don't touch. In fact, don't get close to him. As expected, his memory replica is already severely damaged. He's on the brink of disappearing. And that person is acting faster than we think. Is there still hope for Kalpas? Extremely little. Poor child. I'm afraid his consciousness has already left him. He managed to come all the way here purely with the instinct of his crippled body. Only he can do something like this. Which means we have another sacrifice that left no clues behind. It's not true. Fortunately, his instincts led him to us. If I went deeper, perhaps I could communicate with the ashes of his consciousness, but Kalpas's existence is on the verge of disappearing. I need to focus entirely to make sure that I don't hurt him any further. Till I leave from his mind, I'll be completely defenseless. Till then, Eden, please, protect me. Same as when I was giving discipline before. This is definitely Kalpas's mind, but... They appear even outside the realm. That was just the distortion of Kalpas's mind. Whee! Everybody's dying! Die! Those are foreign matters. That would mean there are others who can enter his mind. Help us, did you? Come to me because of this? It's the bad guy. I love that I'm frozen in this position. It's very funny. This is Kalpas's voice, but his tone. It's gotten away. Yup. Help us, I'm so glad. As expected, he won't disappear so easily. I have no need for your concern. Have you seen my body? Yes. It's already a lost cause. How did it end up like this? It was something very weird. When I was destroying the realm, it came to me. I became like this after a fight.
それって
Do you mean a fair
正面
fight?
から
You think it's worthy of that? See for yourself. And you always like doing this.
いいでしょ
Alright, I'm sorry. As usual, she reached her hand towards the side of Kalpas's head. Past experiences surged forth and surfaced in
う
her
どう
mind.
して
What?
戦後
Kalpas, that isn't just a part of the
それ
mind.
は思考
But
で
it's not a memory like us either. It's...
なんだ
What, you only realize this now?
今まで私を
Is
避
that
けてきた
the
存在
thing that's
は
been avoiding me?
そしてそれ
Is
が
that
彼ら
also
がこの世に残した
what belittles their last echoes
最
in the
後の
world?
声を
お前は相手に
Don't
恐
you
怖
always
を
make
感
people
じさせ
fear?
るのが
Then
得
you'd
意だ
better
ろ
let it thoroughly experience
今回
fear
あんな
against this kind of
人
thing
間
that
じゃな
isn't
い
even
やつに
human.
対して遠慮はいらない
Don't hold back.
戦後
Help us? Not now. Even the Kalpas in his mind was fading away.
おお
Oh,
これ
so
が
this is
俺
my
の
end.
結末
How
なの
laughable.
か気が済んだ
Scram
ら
if
さっ
you're
さと
done.
失せろ
Disgust me if you're the one to watch me die.
いい
No.
え少なくとも
At least let me retain the last of your
あなたの
mind.
最後の思考を保
After
持
all
させ
these end, I can still try to. She said that. She seemingly realized something and held her breath. Her eyes slowly moved to her own hands, the ones that had touched Kalpas. Were now shrouded by the same shadow.
アポニア
Aponia?
そうだね
Right. After all these ends, I
全て
don't
が
have the
終わっ
right
た
to make that kind of promise now.
あったとして
Even
も
if you can,
そ
don't even
う
think
させ
about
る
it.
死は
Death isn't a big
大
deal.
したこと
I've
じゃない
died once before. But don't
俺は
humiliate
一
me.
度死
分かった
I see.
とにかく
Anyway, thank you,
あり
Kalpas.
がとう
The least you've let us know what type of existence our opponent is.
あなたがこれから行く場
The
所
place that you're going to. I'll be there soon. That's right. You and I deserve hell. See if you can still get me to do anything with your pleas
地
then.
獄行ったが
Don't come too early. I want to share a ride with you.
え
Okay,
いいでし
I'm looking forward to that.
ょでは
Then farewell, Kalpas.
待て
Wait,
もう一つ約
promise
束
me
しろ
one more thing.
今回
This time, I've proven Sakura's
俺は
innocence
桜
right.
の無実を証
My
明
body
した
proves enough.
彼女は
She was never the
裏切り
traitor.
者あいつらに
Tell them. Tell them all.
全員に彼女の無実
Got her
を
innocence back with my own hands. It's not something they can throw as they please.
そうだね
You're right, Kalpas.
戦後
Sakura wasn't a traitor then and now.
次は
Now it's time for my
私が罪
redemption.
を償う番
I'll
だ
return everything that I owe you. You better remember
そ
to.
れが分かったなら
Get out.
少し
Give me
静かにしてくれ
some peace for now.
アポニアさ
Aponia?
んうまくいったの
Was everything alright?
も
Don't disturb
う
him
邪魔し
anymore,
ないであ
please.
げ彼の人生
He
は
led a noisy life, but I
騒が
wish
しいもの
to
だ
let
っ
him
た
go
けど
peacefully. In the past, he also watched people leave the world one by one like this. With a melancholic expression, Pony moved both hands to his head. She decided to use her powers again to create a perfect illusion of death for him. There, he would get everything he wanted, no regrets, no losses.
やめろ
Scram! But a loud shout stopped her. The man that had lost all consciousness suddenly
お
awoke.
前の幻覚なんて
Don't need your illusions.
戦後
Help us.
分かっている
I understand. You don't have to say more.
これ
黙れ
Shut up.
俺が本当
I
に
don't have
手
the
に
right
入
to
れ
have
たい
what I
もの
really want.
だが
This time,
こ
did I
確実に何
I
か
protect something?
まま答えろ
Answer me.
え
Yes, you did.
眠りなさい
Sleep now. You will not lose anything anymore. Goddamn game making me feel feelings! I strove with none, for none was worth my strife. I have warmed both hands with the fire of life. It sinks, and I'm ready to depart. But this man wasn't like that. He strove against anyone, for he did not want anyone to forget all that had been lost. He did not need to use both hands, for his entire body was a raging fire. Now, that fire had extinguished. Just like that, quietly extinguished. And a more shocking thing remained.
ポニアさん、その体。
Ponya, your body. Yes, I'm sorry. Kalpus used his life to uncover the enemy's location for us, but also let me complete my touch.
私に起こった異
So
常
the
現象に
anomalies
つ
in
い
my
てなんか
body. Please do not interact with the other
相手
person
に
in
接
any
触
way.
しないでくだ
This
さい。
discipline is the last gift I can give to you.
敵。
Enemy. Yes, please hurry to where the last token is and protect its owner.
最後ビルビを
Vilvi,
私たちの中に
there's no traitor among us,
裏
but
切り記憶体である
to
私た
memory
ちにとって
replicas, the enemy that we are
ここで
facing
向
is
き合う
like a
敵は
finality here. Eden, I don't understand why it appeared here,
それが来たの。
but it is here, here in the
こ
Cilician
の
realm.
神職の
The
律
Hersher
者
of
が
corruption has descended. Shit, that's bad. Yay! Everyone's dying. Woo. Oh, it's getting all fucky. Happy game! Oh, the feels. Yeah, that's not fucking surprising. Panaconi is also a fucking feels train. Raven's
やはり
story.
信じられないな。
I still can't believe
神
that.
職の律者
The
が
Hersher of corruption has been
Mo-
born.
しかも
And it's
こんな
born in this
ガイ
guide
ドロボット
robot.
にな。
Hardest connection process was over, and Raven switched on all the lights in the basement
だ
again.
が事実だ。
The fact remains that this
こ
robot
の
has
機械は
sentience that it's
あ
not
るは
supposed
ず
to
の
have,
な
a
い意
desire to
識を持っ
spread.
ている。
And I, with my connection to the robot, can
格
feel
差
it.
律者になるには人類である必要があると
I
思っ
thought that a prerequisite for a Hersher was a human.
人類という
Or
よ
maybe
り
it's thoughts?
境界線を引
Hard
く
to
の
say.
は
Compared to
難
a
しい。
human infant, it now has a
少なく
stronger
とも
capacity for
人
independent
類
thinking.
の赤ん坊と比べ
But
る
that's
と
only if you compare it to an
今の
infant.
そしてそれは
This is also
人類に
humanity's
とって
greatest
最
fortune.
やつが停止した実験室
Do
の
you
中
think
に
it
とどまっ
remains
た
still
ま
in
ま
that
で
closed
動
lab
きが
because
なか
it's
ったの
still
は
young?
何しろ
After all,
この
the
神
Searcher
職
of
の
corruption
律
is
者
still a
は
newborn
生まれ
infant.
た知識を持ってい
They
るか
possess
もしれ
knowledge
な
but
い
doesn't know
が
how to act on it,
どう実
and
践
have the
するか
chance to
までは
grow, so
わ
its
からな
power
い
and
だろ
strength are
う。
still weak.
おそらく
I'm afraid that is also what the
この
most the
律者
Searcher
が
tried, was to
今
back
ま
up.
でもちろん
Of course, it's also
何らか
possible
の
that
手
used
段
higher
で
dimensional
3つの組
connections to
織の
detect the
包囲網を
encirclement
察
planned
し
by three
て
groups, so it
軽
dared
率
not
に
move.
とにかく
Anyway,
停止した
its
実
attempts to
験
back
室
up
で
in the closed lab were
奴が
merely
今ま
done
で
in
コ
a
ピーを
setting with
試
no
したのは
network.
追跡はできるか。
Can you track it? Grey Serpent pointed to his head.
全部ここ
It's
に
all
ある
here. Grey Serpent read out the robot's serial numbers and classes. Raven quietly noted down everything he said. There were no jokes or idle chatter during this time. These two old friends, who'd worked together many times before, knew the nature of their task now.
これで最後の一
This
個
is the last one. Raven checked the quantity and serial numbers
ああ
again.
全部合っている
Perfect, they all match.
それが律者の
Are
本
you
体
sure
だ。
that it is
コ
the
ピーじゃ
Hersher's
ない
main
って
body and not just
確実
another
に言えるの
backup?
か。
いや
I'm not sure.
だがあら
All
ゆる
external
外向き
corruption
の
originated
侵食
from
の
it. I
源
don't
は
see any
これで
internal ones.
まあ一つ
In
だけ
this,
例外
the
があ
Hersher
る
of
が
corruption has another way that overcomes
侵
reality to
食の律
transport
者が
itself into another
別の
body.
形で現実を超えて
Well,
他の個体に寄生する
several of the Hershers have been different from their original versions in the previous era.
しかしそんな
Is
こ
that really
と
possible?
もし本当に
That's the
そうだ
case.
と
Can't
し
do
た
much
ら
about it, at least in this mission.
この件は事実通りに上に報告する。
I'll report accordingly.
次は
Now we just need to
List にある
find and
設
destroy
備を
every
見つけて。
equipment on this
あ
list.
あだが
Yes, but
手
please
段
limit the
には
methods
我
you
々が
use.
行
Do
動
you remember
す
the
る
worst
前
case
に考
scenario
え
we
た
thought of before we
最悪
started?
ああ
If we were a
私た
bit
ちが一
later,
歩
the
遅かった
destruction
場
of
合
the
の
guide
話だろ
robots would have begun.
その瞬間
Then the Hersher of corruption would likely have understood what death is,
そして
and it would develop
窮
the
地
will
で
to
生を
survive.
生きたいという
Desire to
執
live
念
will be its
こそ
most
が
frightening power,
最も
just like
恐
the
ろしい
despair and
力
fury
に
the girl who was the vessel felt, the verge of death
前
during the
回
previous
奴がこう
descent.
さて
Alright,
こ
next.
れから
There's still
も
a
う一
task
つ
you need to
君に
complete.
今回来たのが
I'm glad
君
you're the
で
one
よ
who
か
came
っ
this
た
time.
私にとって
To me, that is the
そ
final
れが
step.
さ
他に方法は
There's
ない
no
の
other
か。
way. Grey Serpent laughed. At least he made Raven think that he laughed. Do you still remember how humans defeated the Harsher of Corruption before? They sealed it in a black box. And the black box for this descent is in front of you. It's a pity. If you could live forever without a network, we might have had other options. Forget it. If it finds out, I'm not praising myself. I'm not praising myself that it has obtained such a perfect body. The consequences would be unimaginable. Enough. Take it out. The Scepter of Duat. It's time to bid farewell, old friend. Can you at least tell me your wish now? Actually, forget it. As I say it, I'd also like to not die. And silence fell. No sound and no one emerged from the silence again. You over there. I thought you'd greet me before you leave. Thought you'd need a little more time to mourn. Over him? It's none of your business. Then is that Valkyrie you would heard here before also none of my business? Are you here for revenge? Of course, but not now. And not how you imagined me to. And I must say thank you. You're welcome. After all, there are many things in this world that will exceed humans' expectations. Regardless, the six little things. The both of you for stopping the Hersher this time. Miss Natasha, we'll meet again. Joke's on you, bitch! It's not stopped! It's just gonna get worse. Woo! Faint aura disappeared completely. Raven felt annoyed. She wouldn't have been so overcome by that woman if she was her normal self. Raven stood silently for a moment. I mean, they don't know what's going on in Elysian. But, they're gonna find out, I'm sure. She ruminated carefully on all that had happened today, and then, having finished taking it all in, buried it silently in the corner of her heart where the sun would never shine. In her many years as a professional, she had become accustomed to this. Perhaps because of what had just happened, an unexpected remark suddenly appeared in my gradually sinking memory. Unless the Hersher of Corruption has another way that overcomes reality to transport itself into another body. But is that really possible? So is the implication that when May met with the will of Honkai, the Hersher of Corruption was able to transfer itself to May? Because if so, that's really bad. The boundless darkness, a new consciousness was sprouting. A void. This was its initial perception of the world. There was nothing to see or hear. It was a boundless stretch of hollow. Alternatively, that wasn't even the will of Honkai, and that was just the Hersher of Corruption itself. This was the world into which it was born. Gradually, something surfaced in the world. The thing was information. It was the second concept it had grasped since birth. Information was light that reflected the appearance of the two on the eye. Information was sound that transmitted the conversation between the two to the ear. A mix of information was converted and shaped into the consciousness, and ultimately became a choice. Corrupting. For it was an instinctual behavior like breathing and eating. Naturally, it did not choose to act, but what to act on. The rest was a matter of course. It moved slowly towards its chosen goal. But nothing happened. Failure was a foreign concept to it at the time. For that reason, it was completely unaware of the quandary it was in. The two figures before it, be it the higher existence or the woman of authority, were beings that the newborn Hersher could not corrupt. It had no place there. The sole reason why the newborn was involved was an unintended after effect. But it could not comprehend any of it. Therefore, it split itself in two and continued to corrupt. Even if it failed. It was with it. Local backups 1, offsite backups 1, current target. Don't
どういうこ
understand.
と
Why can't the signal in that unknown area be detected anymore? The realm's path
どうして観
setting
測
is
できな
off.
渡りガラスもずっ
Raven
と
hasn't
戻ってこ
returned
ない
either. What went wrong? When it woke up, it had followed the red figure into a new world. Incredible. It could feel the prosperity there. Like the void, this place was full of nutrients. Without a doubt, this place known as the Elysian Realm was full of the nutrients it needed to evolve. Yep, it attached itself to May. Aw, cool! All site backups 3, that's great! May, I finally found you. I don't know what happened, but the realm's in a mess. Soon understood joy. Record joy here, among all the purple. Off-site backups up to 7 and local backups up to 3. Oh, that's great. You little lab rat. I'll savor every second of your
あなたが
humiliation.
彼女に翻弄される姿
Because of joy, it also understood anticipation. Record anticipation here. Record anticipation here, among all the blue. Or maybe it is record. Backups 4, offsite backups 13. Oh, that's
私と
better.
一緒にホールに
Go
行
to the
こう
hall with me, Cosma. I feel inspired. That's why it has Chryseo's power. Because of anticipation, it also understood curiosity. Record curiosity here, among all the green. Look up backups 5, offsite backups 17. And because of curiosity, it
あな
also
たの来
understood.
訪は
Your arrival
楽
will
園
bring
に破
destruction
滅を
upon
も
the
たら
realm.
す
None of us wish to see this place reduced to rubble
私
because
た
of
ち
you.
は
For this
あ
reason,
なたの
10
せい
days
で
from now, I
こ
will
の
have
手で
to
あなたの命
end
を
your life with my own hands. Fear. Death was a concept that it had yet to encounter. No one could escape death, and no one could define what death really was. These were what it learned from an ocean of information. Even so, it didn't know where its fear of death stemmed from. Until... Too late. You shouldn't have come to me if you were just looking for a sparring partner. For me, things have to have an end. There's only one way to do it. No, it's impossible. The air became piping hot again. Everything was evaporating and scorching, and it was hard to breathe. Kappas raised his hand, and if he lanced this hit, she would definitely be destroyed. That was an absolute power. That was an unchangeable reality. Deeper than darkness, quieter than silence. Now, death was here. It would be killed by the man before its eyes. Yet he did not even know of its existence. Local backups 4, off-site backups 26. When it awoke again, that unimaginable concept was now vivid in its memories. The fear of death also remained eternally because of such a unique first-hand experience. It began to understand the joy of escaping death. Face of every decision, it duplicated itself. That was the reason why it survived to this day. It also began to understand regret. That time, the self that chose to remain in reality must be facing a vaster world, making more varied decisions, thus boosting the growth of duplicates immensely. Did it make the wrong decision? But it mattered not. As long as a duplicate lived, it would always live on. Exactly how it should be. But, local backups 4, offsite backups 25. Local backups 4, offsite backups 19. Offsite backups 11. What was it? Offsite backups 5. Who did what and how? Local offsite backups 2. Why was it offsite backups 0? Alone? Again? No. I don't want to die. And so thoughts began to manifest. I don't want to just disappear. I want to keep living, to leave behind a legacy. To leave behind a legacy. And so anticipation became self-preservation. It goes on, and so curiosity became desire. Yes. So overwhelming joy flooded in from everywhere and embraced it tightly. Yes, 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 yes. That's a lot of yeses. Yes, it must not die. It must not return to that void again. It must live on. For the sake of those other cells that want to live. Local backups 4, off-site backups 0. Current target to live on.
Hi, Sakura.
Hi, Sakura. What a coincidence. We waved goodbye on a moonlit night just like this one. So, this time, the choice must be right. Oh. So this is your experience. Don't be scared. I'm not her. I won't hurt you. You don't want to be found? No problem. We're friends, right? I'll prove it to you. Relying merely on him? Alright, through the sin layer, the hurt of corruption, can barely hear our voices. I didn't lie, it's just that it's watching us within this thin layer now. This is what I discovered. But why you? Phenaponia and Sue didn't realize anything. It's a virus after all. The equipment that intruded the Elysian realm's medium is what's keeping their own together. Wouldn't it be too negligent of me, as the creator, to only realize after they do? Next, show him the dark green mark on my arm. This was originally a sort of gift, but now it's become a sort of proof. Soon I'll also be completely corrupted and become a part of it. Like I just said just now, the Hersher of Corruption even has the power to immediately delete us. But data is its basis of growth, deleting us would harm itself. If it has a choice, it'd rather corrupt and use us, just like it did to me. This is also our only chance. Kevin, if you want to defeat it, you must cooperate with my performance. Go on. You are our sharpest sword. You cannot fall into its hands. So I need you to die immediately. Oh, don't misunderstand me. I meant that I must delete your data with my own hands. With that, a Destroy Kevin button. You can do that? Sure, but what's the point? It's got a backdoor program, like all my inventions. Sure, it can be destroyed, but it can also be restored. You want me to feign death and catch the enemy off guard. There's no way to know right now. Before things kick off, I'll hand myself over to the Hersher of Corruption and find out how Alicia is doing. Only, if the show has only begun. The typewriter may be objective, but if Alicia was deleted, I want confirmation. Guess I already know the answer, but Kevin, you can't believe it, can you? When? This evening. There's always a chance we don't make it back. Think it over. You still have half a day. It's not difficult, A packed door. If I can open it, I can close it too. Got it. I'll get back to you. But I still have one more question. Who are you? Who am I? What's got you thinking about the past? Is this what it feels like to win? You can't hide Kevin. I know where you are. Come on out, Vilvi. I could hear her say Vilvi, but it wasn't on there. Alright, Mobius, you're next. As I'd expect, you caught the markings on my body in one glance. Good eye, A Hersher of Corruption. What, you think I did this? Of course, didn't you conduct similar experiments? A virus imitating Hersher of Corruption? You didn't quit after the last time I stopped you. We got into a huge fight. Zip it, Vilvi. Listen, it's not... She didn't finish that thought. Having done a lot of research and having even made an imitation, you should know I'm being watched. You'll start guessing the meaning behind everything I say and cooperate throughout the process. Rather than explain it to me, what exactly is the difference between those experiments and the Hersher of Corruption? And? You think you can stop me? You're real, Mobius. I initially thought it was your experiment. I didn't expect to run into the real deal of this era. Let me tell you the truth. I succumbed to it, and I'm here to make you do the same. All by yourself. Yep, think about it. Someone as smart as you ought to get why I would bring up the past like that. Soon you'll understand. I have the perfect plan in place. I've got you. To tell you the truth, I erased Kevin with ease. Mobius, how do you compare with him? Something to get rid of unwanted company. Have a guess. As for the rest, it doesn't matter much. What plan? Oh, Mobius, my only plan is to make you think I have a plan. But, before you disappear completely, I have one last question. Just who are you? Who am I? I appreciate that they all realize that, like, they realized you're not any of the Vilvies I deal with. Like, for all that Mobius is a huge bitch, she's not an idiot. Oh, hi, May. What's going on? Is this the memory of the evil? She lowered her head, looking at her body for a while as though it belonged to someone else. Still here, safe and sound, and not imprisoned like she said. So it's really you? You've finally shown your face. Just who are you? Port Oregon! Green scars are gone too. How move? Oh, there we go. There's the fucking stairs. Why can I not use my Darkin? I love him. Her, actually.
Yeah. やっと来てくれた。
Voice. Of course it'd be you.
どう自己紹介すればいいかな。久しぶり？それとも初めまして？
It really is you, the original Vilvi. The con artist.
あまりにも普通で。
This isn't special enough for you.
がっかり
Are
さ
you
せちゃったから
disappointed?
全然驚いてない
You
んだ
don't seem
ね。
surprised at all. So, partitioning the
そ
mind.
れは本当に持ってる
That's
能
all
力だよ
true, but even before having this ability, I had the
Tada.
ability to become someone else.
それを手にす
It's
る
not
前
that
か
big
ら
of a difference, is it?
私
Evil has said all other partitions of the mind no longer exist. It's another one of her lies, or your lie.
なんて言えばいいか
She
な。
had destroyed all other parts, including
確か
herself.
にだけど。
You
井
said
戸は
the self has
必
to
ず
stay in the
井
partition
戸
of
の
the
領域
self.
にいなけ
There
れば
wasn't
ならない
anything
というルー
there
ル
from
は
the
ないでし
beginning
ょ。
anyway, just some old habits.
それに
Spiders have 8
熊で
legs,
例えて
and
み
they
よ
all
う
come
か。
from their torso, right?
しかし残念な
It's
こ
a
とに
shame. Without legs, the torso is stuck.
足が
It's
なけれ
stuck.
ば
So, this is
胴
the
体
only
は
way I
歩
can
け
meet
な
with
い。ご
you.
めんね。
I'm sorry.
真剣に謝ったら
I really meant it. Would you
受け
forgive
入れ
me? Can I believe you?
こんな風に
It
言う資
doesn't
格
mean
は
much
ないか
coming
も
from
しれない
me,
けど
but I hope you will. You're the one who saved me from the evil.
ここは私の思
This
考
is
だ
me
から
we're talking about. A little make pretend
ちょ
is
っとし
bound
た
to
偽装
happen.
それに気づかれないようにするのはかなり
But it
大
would
変
take a
だった
lot
け
to
ど
avoid
ね。
being caught. At the very least, that part of me would have to think she'd
あ
won.
の彼女は認めない
She
だろ
won't
うけ
admit
ど
it, but you're a real
君は
challenge.
確
She'd
かに
love the
強敵だっ
opportunity to
た。
beat you. So, it really is her show of corruption.
うん。
Yes, I'm sure
ど
you
うやって
already know how it
古
got into
の
the
楽園
Elysian
に来た
realm.
かは
Yeah.
あまり自分を責め
Don't
ない
blame
で君
yourself.
がいなかったとしても
It would have found its way here
それ
without
はい
you,
ずれここ
and
に
then
やっ
things
て
would
きた。
be even worse.
視点を変えて考
Look at
え
it
てみ
this
て。
way. Had you never come to the Elysian
Kimi wa
realm,
arete
reality
watta
would be a
ato.
complete mess right now.
はあ
There's someone that focuses a lot on her mistakes, just like me. Maybe it's my fault it's gotten this bad. Early on, when the expert found it and became its first casualty, I also had to awaken. Really asleep for 50,000 years? More than that, I'm in this state a lot. Of course, there's still a back door. More than half the partitions of my mind disappear. I have to awaken. After all, when that happens, there's only one possibility. I become afraid I'm going to die. I might not be able to make a difference, but I at least have to say goodbye to everyone, right? Stop the corruption by destroying the evil. Was that your call? No, I wasn't fully awakened then. I was the conductor. Sorry, it's a strange title. For you should be an engineer. You ought to be familiar by now. The Velvet that I'm used to seeing. Yep, the first partition. I wasn't very good at partitioning back then, so it's not my best work. Too many opinions and emotions got mixed in. She's too similar to me. Too similar. So you let her split your mind up? Yeah, I've had times where I only wanted to believe in myself. That's why she's the conductor. She's never made a slip. Except this time. You didn't expect her to sacrifice the evil. Unlike... Plans have changed since that incident. Without that accident, Lily would have had to step down. The conductor saw the betrayal coming, so she joined up with her share of corruption and destroyed all the other areas, leaving me behind, alone in the dark. That's why she did it, right? After all, no one knows me better than me. But now, I've lost most of my data, and I'm always being watched by her share of corruption. Can only talk to you without being watched here. But she also wants a word. To wipe me out completely. Yes. And Kevin, Pardo, Mobius? Their sacrifices were in vain. Yes, in vain. So, it shouldn't happen. What do you mean? Our share of corruption's target is the strongest and the master of the realm. She can do it without moving a finger. It's simple. What are we gonna do? That's what she'd say about Kevin. I hope he can become a critical warrior thanks to her destroy Kevin button. She wanted to lie, but was telling the truth. It's the expert's handiwork, and there's a back door, so we just won't let her close the door. Alice is the same. She had disappeared before her share of corruption had returned. That Vilvi is a genius after all. She must have modified the destroy Kevin button to work on all memories. Then, she's likely with Kevin. If you find Kevin, you'll find her too. Even Mobius has seen through her lies. When she said this, she glanced at May's eyes. But it was Mobius' choice. I'll let her reveal it. We'll know the answer soon. And Alicia? Alicia... I didn't want to believe it, but her data's gone as well. The Vilvi didn't want anyone to know Kevin could be brought back, so she destroyed the typewriter and faked his death. But on that night, Alicia had disappeared. The typewriter hadn't been destroyed yet, so... But as for why, I'm sorry, that was before I had awakened. Maybe dividing us up and pitting the flame chasers against one another is the Hersher's goal. Now everything should be clear to you. There's two things for us to do. First, take down that Vilvi and get you out of my head. It'll be a tough fight. She takes up half of Vilvi's thoughts. That's half of her ability. Maybe she's planning to finish off you, me, and the Hersher corruption. So the second thing, that's gonna be tough. You'll have to take down Hersher of corruption to do what's best for everyone. As best possible. Think of it as a promise I made to Alicia a long time ago. I'm sorry to make you finish, but she shouldn't mind. As for the details, let's finish the first task. We can even get that far. So, are you in? That burning man. I may not like him, but he did say something I agreed with. I brought it into the world. It's my burden to bear to the best of my ability. Let's go. Thank you. You and Velvi seem so different. Can't quite put my finger on it. I'm quieter, perhaps? Perhaps. Well, every Velvi's a genius. And I'm just, Forget it. Let's get going. I rarely dress like this. It's hard not to be a little shy. Oh, since there's a chance you might not make it back, can you help me find something first? Think of it as a tune-up. This is your plan. You don't need my approval.
それもそうだね。
That's true. Thank you. Wow.
どうして
Why? Why?
どうしてあ、ここかな
Why here?
あの
Who are
君
you?
は
That is the Iron Wasteland. Failed weapons and battlesuits lie strewn at will like broken toys, destroying the original colors of nature. The effects of binding are still felt here.
ちょっと小さくなった
I
だ
lose a
け
few
で
inches and you don't recognize me?
久しぶりね
It's been a while, Velvy.
私
I...
どうして
Why, me?
わたその辺にしな
That'll
さい
do. Is it that difficult to accept your own failure? She frowned upon saying
ちょっ
this.
と
Hey,
見損なったって
you'll make me
そう思
second
って
guess
しまう
myself.
人も
But I
私が
am a genius.
こ
Who
こに
isn't?
てちゃんと
You gave them my
私の
gifts.
才能を全部彼女たちに分けたの
Magic.
全部
All of it.
なのに
But why? What do you
一
want?
体どうしたのまさか
It's hard to believe when we met it was all an act.
あのどうして
Why? Why?
どうして
My tail go away.
彼女はあ
I
こん
can't
な
bear
手
it.
も
Such a
足も
helpless
出ないよ
time.
あの時
Back then I really
彼
thought
女たちが
they had left me. Oh. That must be unpleasant.
でもどうして
But why?
おーこ
Yeah,
れを
try
試して
this.
みようかなでもどうして
But why?
僕が命じられた
I
の
am
は
just the messenger.
じゃあ君自
What do you
身の
make
意
of
見
it?
は何せ対
Well,
ケビ
it
ン無
was
線
a
の話
cabin
な
killer.
のそれに関連する
Oh,
研
Dr.
究が
May
メ
is
イ
going to
博士
keep me
に
from
提
doing
示され
research.
た
What did you have in
君はど
mind?
うほっとした
Take it easy?
本当に話す
You
気は
don't
な
want
い
to talk
の
about it? We are
It's
old
your
pals, you
私たち
そ
know?
の理由は
You ought to
君
know
自身が知
why.
っている
Huh?
ビルビー
Sylvie, you've been busy making the impossible
不可
happen.
能な
ちょっと理解できない
I
んだ
don't
け
think I
ど
follow.
最初から
You always knew
僕
no
に対
one
抗でき
weapon
る
would
単
be
独
enough
で
to
成
take me
立する
down.
それで
So?
だからそれは
So
不
it
可能
really
だ
isn't feasible.
でも
So,
言ったはずだ
I already told you.
あ
No,
ケビン
Kevin, I'm sorry. I wasn't asking
彼
you.
女たちに聞いて
I
る
was
の
talking to them.
今になっても
Till now, I didn't want to face
誰か
others,
と目を合わせる
especially
ことは
Kevin.
苦手でも
Why?
あの時
What were they
彼女
trying to
たちは
prove?
じゃあどうして
That takes me
実に
back.
懐かしい声だ
Slain. Womp.
なるほど
So, this is where it
ここにあっ
was.
たんだねそれでこれが本
So,
来のあな
this
た
is the
だの
most original version?
一人の詐欺
A
師
con artist? So cool.
驚いてるふ
I'm
り
like
はやめて
surprised. I knew you saw it all along.
私のために
Thanks
掛
for
け合って
speaking
く
up
れ
for
て
me.
あ
I
りがとう
didn't even know your name until yesterday.
昨日だから今日
You're
私
here
に
to
会い
see
に来て
me?
くれた
Oh,
の
wow, that's great.
それで
So what happened on that
話まで
island?
何があったの？
Mobius won't tell me at all.
メビ
Well, if you don't want to
話した
say,
くない
that's
な
cool
ら
too.
別にいいんだけど
We'll
ね
it'll just be a secret between you and her.
でも
But some
あ
things
なたを
she
説
still
得して
wants me
ほ
to
しい
persuade
って
you
彼
on.
女曰く
She says you have to already
費
know
用
the
を
unit,
向
the
き合って
enemy
る
the
だ
most
けが
face.
崩壊
Honkai.
その通りよ
That's right. Everyone recognized you as a genius. Magician, mechanic, chef, you can become anyone in a short period of time. Tricking others with facts really is a novel skill. Plenty of geniuses here, like Mobius. You ought to know her well. People like that really get taken to the limit when fighting Honkai, and end up being easily sacrificed. You can stay with us as long as you want, but is she saying she wants you to leave and has some sense of kinship? Here you might finally know what it's like to fail. You'll learn your limits and test them. She's the same person as you are. She knows this sort of pain is worse than death for a genius. Is Dr. Mobius nice? If it were up to me, I'd prefer you stay. I can't say no to such a lonely cutie. Lonely. Maybe you're right. I get what Mobius is talking about, but she doesn't need to worry. After all, not as quiet as superior as she is. In the beginning, I had to pretend to be someone else because I just didn't like myself. There might be some ability there, but it's no biggie. Like you said, no one here is beneath me. As for failure, limits, and possibilities, it's part of the course, no? I'm happy there are so many people around that remind me Vilvi was never a genius. She was just a talented dummy, that's all. There were times when I hated myself, when I really had low self-esteem. Girl, I get it. I spent my whole life dealing with low self-esteem. Now, it's hard to see myself objectively. If I really worked on my talents, I probably could be a genius. But that wouldn't really be me. Today, there won't be a Vilvi just standing around here. Dargan. Pat Dargan. Dargan is better! So, did you find what you're looking for? Not yet. Maybe it never existed. But I was happy to hear your voice after such a long time. You seem nervous. You might not believe me, but I'm not like the other flame chasers. While I lived, I mostly slept. When it comes to experience, I'm just a 20-year-old girl. A girl? What, don't I fit that better than anyone else here? Alright then, how do we get beside her? I'm open to suggestions. Wait, you aren't thinking of riding this dragon, are you? Well, being the Hersher of Thunder. Ready? Wait, don't make me. She do ride a dragon when she feels like it. She doesn't need to ride a dragon. She can go really fast herself. But dragon cool. That's Hersher of Thunders. You should at least call me by my name. You can't be. That partition is gone. Well, at least you found your weakness. Probably not very useful, though. Though things had changed so quickly, when she saw her carbon copy, she knew. You? So it's true. We're just expendable appendages, is that right? As long as I'm here, so are you. Doesn't seem like much of an option, but it sounds about right. This is still our first time meeting, right? How's it going? Yep, I'm doing great. Finally worked up the courage to show up, huh? I don't know about courage. I lied to the conductor once, but I think it's important to tell the truth before it's all over. Before it's all over? Oh, I get it. Is she the key part of your plan? How can she do this? Isn't that what we want to know? How Vilvi, who made so many miracles happen, could manage to do this? Let's not get confused. We're all Vilvi. We never met, so I never had a chance to tell you. Who are you? That's what you wanted to know, right? For the first time, her composed villainous self widened her eyes. Just another lie, In that case, she never called her villain. I don't need you to tell me that. Since you decided to come here, you ought to know we're not evenly matched. Seeing as how
だっ
you
て今の
how
君
all
は
that's left of my data,
私が侵
you're all
食
that's
され
with
た
my
後に
data
残
after
った
being
全
corrupted.
君が存在し
And
な
if you
くなっ
cease
た
to
ら
exist, it's very likely I'll go
私も
too.
厳密に言う
You
と
definitely will.
確かに
Just trying to make it easier on
ちょっ
myself.
とそうなると
Seems like the only thing left to
いくら
do is
考
hope for a
えても
miracle. Yeah,
いい
that's a
螺
bitch.
旋の英
The real
傑
Vilvi, flame chaser of
本物
Helix,
の
has to
ビルビ
rely
ー
on a
は
miracle to save
どこから
herself? Seems that way.
それは
What an unexpected surprise.
予想外の喜びだ なら
You
期
should
待
take your
して
expected
とことん
expectations
期待すれば
deeper.
できれば
Deeper than when
私
I
があ
was
の
the
暗
mist
闇
set
でした期
darkness.
待よりそうすれば
Only then will your
君が幻
disillusion
滅す
really
る
be
姿
worth anything.
本日の演目はじゃあ頼んだよ正確に言うと
Well, I never said
私
we.
たちとは言ってな
I
いし
can't stand to watch.
ただ見るという勇気もないショーの最中にお見やりするのは禁止だって
There we go.
もう少しスリルがあるかと思ったのに吠えなさい栗からはい静かにここからがラストスパートだよ
God, I want to move to a different
そ
one.
れが君の賭けなの天才ビルビー律者に失敗を繰り返してもらうことが天才じゃないって言ったのにその言葉はもう今日たくさん聞いたよ強風よ私に服従しなさい
Womp.
見えるかな
Take a look. The miracle you're after, it's on my side.
こちら側の味方だよ 何
Hi, I hit you.
別に驚く必要
No
はな
need
い
to
で
be
しょ
surprised. You have control over your
自
own
分の
mind.
思考の中なんだから外からの力に対して何もできないわけじゃない切り裂くことは私も得意なんだよねもういいここをむちゃくちゃにするつもりはなかったけど君たちは少しも気にしてないみたいだね
Yeah, she got.
千鳥
She's a chunky lady.
この一幕はもっと騒がしくしてあげよういよいよクライマックスこれが私の全てを支配していた人君に失望するほど5万年間の拘束に対してより憎しみを感じるだけだショーの最中にお見やりするのは禁止だってよく見てこれが燃えないのおもてなしだから絶望の中であがく姿こそ干渉に値するすぐに退場しないでよ親愛なるお客さん 本当のクライマックスは今から始まる。
The climax. That's all,
もう終わっ
folks.
たよ。
Okay. Ad break's coming up. So we'll go to BRB. And then we'll continue the battle. BRB? We returned. That's all, folks. You're not a pig. Let me tell you what's next. Sound good? Not going to split you up into different partitions. We'll imprison you both in this darkness here for all eternity. So it was those 50,000 years that turned you into what you are now? That was my fault. True enough, but don't forget who I am either. Captivity alone can't change me. Was I not pure evil to begin with? Now I'm just back out in the open.
もし違うって言
What
っ
if you
たら
aren't?
君のいる領域
I
は
don't like you belong to a
悪
partition
念
for
を閉
evil
じ込めるた
thoughts.
めの場所じゃなあそこに存在したのは
It really exists there and is
粘土に
constantly
入れ
being
られたのは
merged.
それは
Aye,
私の
it's my
私の
it's
自
my
信と
confidence and my pride.
アイデア
Inspiration, spark, strong ties, and
過激な
the
考え
confidence that I can change
残
anything.
念なことに
Fortunately, those
それ
aren't
らは
right for
あ
that
の時
era,
代にも
or for human
人類
civilization.
のバカバカしい
Crazy, isn't it? You don't have to
So
believe me, but I had a vague feeling. I ought to tell you.
君もなんとなく気づいてたでしょ
You could guess it, right? It's the only way to explain how I know what you're going to do,
私は
how I
君
know
のし
your
たい
every
ことを
step.
理解しなぜなら
Because someone that wants to
何かを
change
変えよ
things
うと
will
する
choose
人の
instead
選
to
択
never
は
change.
何
What, are you saying I'm actually good?
だったら私
Should I throw
は
my
今
hands in the air and
両
cry out
手
for
を挙げてま
forgiveness?
さか
What for?
今の
You're
君
evil
が
now.
もし
If I really
い
worked
ず
on
れ
my 才
かの
talents,
才
I
能の
probably
開
could
花
be a
に干渉
genius,
せず
but I
放
might
って
also
おい
end
た
up
ら
like you.
話は終わった
Are you done? Hmm.
私が犯した
This is my
過ちは
mistake. Let me put an end
自
to it.
分だけを信じる君
You who only believes in
絶
herself,
対に自分を
and
信
you
じ
who
ない
never
君
does.
こういうことがし
It
たか
might
った
not
わ
be
け
like
じゃない
that
けど
compared with what's been
もっ
said.
と現実
Let's
的な
make it
演出で
clear with a performance.
これは
This is
あいつ消えた
jerk disappeared? Don't you get what she's planning? So you really are just a con artist.
謎解きに付き合う
I don't
暇
have
は
time
な
for
い
puzzles since she's gone. That
彼
leaves
女が
you.
消えたなら君から始めようようこそビルビーの単独ショーへ魔術師
Magician. It's not possible. I
すぐに結論を出さないでね
don't have any conclusions just yet, dear audience.
だってこれからもっと大きなサプライズを目にすることになるんだからあ、分かってるけど何度も言ったはずだよこういうことに興味はないんだ学者を呼ぶときに
I'll call out the wrong person every time you call the scholar.
ああごめんじゃあもう一回やり直す
Should we try
これ
again?
がの人
Aw.
類の考えを超えておや間違えて
Looks like I brought out two friends this time.
だよね二人を同一視するとは砂糖と塩に
Using these two is like
違いはないと
mistaking
言って
sugar
る
for
みたいだ
salt.
ええ
Yeah, we're as far apart as the sun and the moon.
太陽と
The
月の
light
よう
comes from the same source.
二つの光は同じ場所から
Indeed,
出
the
てる
moon is just sunlight.
実際は4人だけどね
Actually, there's four friends.
これは
This can't be.
君だ
You've partitioning your mind to erase my abilities?
私の能力を壊してる正確に言うと彼女たちになって
First I become them and then partition. I can't do damage. You're still the thoughts in my mind. Even if you destroyed it, it's easy to get back, no?
簡単に見つけられるでしょ私のことを
Say I don't believe in myself, but that's not true.
違うんだ我が名はレギオ
I'm this group, but in our current
こんな
form,
感じだか
we
ら
are
こそ
Bill
私
V.
はビルビーなの楽しみに待とうすべての
But we
私
wait and
が集
see
まって
when all of the mess converge
螺旋に
into
な
a
った時
spiral.
私が
A
そう望む
spiral?
私にはそれができるないね私に服従しなさい
Yeah, dragon. Pop.
ごめん
I'm sorry,
君の
your
体
body.
をやったんだ
How did you do it?
私はただ
I just channeled everything I had and everything you had and simply made them collide.
その2社の分
I
量を比
wanted
較
to
し
see how they
たかっ
matched
たん
up,
だ
and that's the truth.
だから
Is this the
こ
result
れが
that
その結
I'm
果
unbeatable?
わからない
I don't know.
あの時
That time, that was when we died on
私
the
たち
moon,
は
right?
月で死んそれもわからない
I don't know,
けど
but it's
多
likely
分そ
we
うだろう
did.
ね私たち
Us? Don't rope us in with you. They're just
君
appendages,
自
unlike
身と
you.
私たちを
You. Oh, you?
君気づいた
What's up?
一応ビルビーの半分の思
Half
考だ
of
からね。
Bilby's mind. It's all I can do to defeat you.
自分を何度
I
も
think I've
分割し
petitioned
たから
myself too many times. Now I'm just an
今
appendage
の
like the
私は
rest.
どうして た
Why?
だ
I just
最
wanted
後
to say
に残
goodbye
っ
to
た
the
みん
rest
な
of
と
everyone at the end,
ちゃんと
and
別れ
the
を
rest
告げ
of
たかっ
me.
た。
You know the
その
consequences.
結果、
Yes, soon
もうすぐ
I'll disappear just like you.
でもその前に
But I'm going to stick to my
自
plan
分の
until the
計
end.
画を十分にまたこの
Until
質
then,
問だけど
the question remains.
彼
She's
女
not
は
a part
私
of
た
us,
ちじ
so
ゃ
how
ない
can
の
she
に。
do it? She answered with a smile.
はいはい
I get
分
it,
かっ
because you
た
believe,
そ
right?
の通り
That's right.
私だっ
I
て
could have destroyed the Hersher of corruption
侵
by
食の
myself
律者を
also.
倒すもちろんだよ
Of
だ
course.
けど
But that wouldn't be the best ending for
それ
everyone.
君は私だ
You and I are the same. You
その
know that
約
the weight
束
of
の重さを知って
you
る
know
はず
the
だよ
weight that promise holds.
それで
So that's how it is. Yep. See you
また
around.
また
See you around. You ought to.
二度と起こらない
Right,
よう
it
に
doesn't
祈
come
っ
to
た
that.
方がいい
Damn. Oh. The form of evil incarnate was now gone. Where her feet were, only a crystallized blossom of abysmal black remained.
やっぱり
Of course, I still struggle looking into someone's
I think-
eyes. She leaned over and gently placed the flower in her
こ
palm.
れを君の方
It's
に置い
best
た
to
の
leave
は
it here with you.
何せ
After all, I'm the only one who
私
can
だけ
stop
が君
you.
さあ
Here, take it
こ
as
れ
a
が
parting
最後
gift.
礼を持ってエデンの
Take
と
her
こ
to
ろに行
Eden
って
and don't you dare lose her. Sylvie,
Ah.
you... It's more or less
お
hopeless.
そらく
We
も
knew
う
that
助
before
か
we
ら
set
ない
out, no?
それでも急が
But
な
I
いと
still
い
have
け
to
ない
hurry. I have to get you out of Vilby's mind before I
私は-
disappear. Thank you. A crystal flower, so you're a guardian of the secret? That's the second
そ
thing
れ
you'll
と君
do.
に話した
Remember what we said about
侵食
defeating
の
the
律者
Hersher
の
of
古
corruption?
の楽園を建
When
造し
building
た
the
時
Elysian realm, the expert left
専門
behind
家
a
はいつ
program
もの
capable
癖
of
で
doing the job
プログラ
perfectly.
ムわざとかどうかはわからないけど
Before we knew it, Hersher of
私たち
corruption
が
had
気づいた
eliminated the
時
threat, leaving the
侵
program
食の律者は
without
す
its
で
only
に
starter
正しくでも
requisite.
それ
But
はあ
that
く
was
ま
only
で
under status
こう言え
quo.
ば
Do you get it? It ought to be obvious.
理解できたみたい
Seems
だ
like you
ね
figured it
で
out.
も
But you might
今
not
の君は
understand
ま
just
だ
now
気づいて
how
ないでし
critical
ょ
you are to
け
the
ど
Empire plan.
大丈夫
But Sue will help you understand. I
スー
hope you
な
got
ら
my
君には
message.
これが全てのパズ
These
ル
are
だ
all
よ
the pieces to the puzzle.
エリシアはいつ
That's
も
how
そう
Alicia is. She's the start and
全
and
て
end
の
of
始まり
everything.
でありなんて不思議
It's
なんだろ
incredible. This thing you want to do really
う
alters
君
the
がずっ
meaning
と
of
しよう
status
と思っ
quo.
てたそして
And now, there's just one thing left for me to do in my
私が
plan.
私の記憶が正しけ
The
れば
conductor should have told you. She
指揮者は
alone isn't
君に
able
こ
to
の話を
decipher
し
the
たはず
spiral inscription.
本当は私
It's
も
the
己
same
も
way.
今
But maybe
もし
you
かし
can
た
see
ら
the spiral come to an end.
君私たちは一つに
We
な
will
る
become one, a complete Vilvi. What's next? What can I do?
私と
Remember when
全
you
部
handed
交
over
換した
everything?
時心を開けばいいの
Just keep an open heart,
こんな風にね
just like you are now, dear audience. It's you.
これがマジック
This is the key to magic. Everything is taken care of long before you get the surprise. Look, this is my last performance, and you're my best assistant. Ready to go? Do I need your permission, great magician?
もちろん
Of course, then I approve. After all, all shows must come to an end. Let me learn.
さよなら
Farewell, lovely
こんな感
audience.
じだったかな
Is that how it's said? Just like that.
うるさいやつだ
So noisy. It's the first time I've seen you smile.
誤解しないで
Make no mistake, I'm just
自
happy
分
with
による
myself.
気を打つものだけ
Shouldn't be
称賛され
shouldn't
る価
praise
値
be
がある
saved for those who make moves in
そうだ
chess? I agree.
ならいい
Good.
でも
But even though you're so
君がそこ
modest,
君もうまく
you're
やった
doing well. Best not to try and push it, right? Don't get ahead of yourself.
おや
Oh, May, is it finally my turn? It's you, conductor. Finally know your name. So, now I've met all the Vilvies, yes? Including Kevin Killer Mike 5.
それは難し
This
い
will be
かもし
tough.
れない
She's shy and isn't
彼
confident
女
in
は
her
それに
looks.
彼女の話
It's alright,
スピー
she's
ドだと
chatting away. You'll probably die of old
君は
age
会話
before
終
she
わる前に
finished. That's a shame.
仕方ない
It's just how it is. So,
他に
is
言
there
いたい
anything
こと
else
は
you'd like
な
to
い
say to me? Anything at
何
all? Goodbye.
道理で
No wonder your
君の
colleague
同僚
wasn't
が
happy
文句
with
を
it.
言
It's a
うわ
bit
けだ
casual, no?
でも
Alright,
いい
well,
よ
see you later.
初めて
It's
会
weird
う
to say
相手
this when
に
we just met,
こん
but
な
I have a
話は
feeling
お
we're
かし
gonna
いけ
get
ど
along fine.
そうありたいと思う
Maybe it's just what I'm hoping
私
for.
の料理を振る舞う
It's a
機
real
会
shame
が
I
なく
couldn't
て
treat you to my cooking.
私に関しては
I've got nothing to add. You just have to accept the true inscription of Helix.
最後は
It's
やっ
finally
ぱり
back.
私のところに螺旋の果ては
Helix always ends
その始ま
at
り
its
である
beginning. Makes sense, right?
真実で虚妄を作
Creating
り
illusions with truth,
矛
reversing
盾で意
meanings
義を
with
反転自己をバラ
contradictions,
バラにするのは
picking yourself apart in order
自
to
分
become
自身
yourself.
に対立を作った
The
から
only
こ
way to
そ
achieve unity is
統
by
一できる
embracing opposites.
さあ
Take it,
持
May,
っていって
the real inscription
メ
of
イ
Helix.
これが
It's all I can
私
do.
が完成
Whatever I'm
させられ
capable
る
of, you are
すべ
too.
ての
So,
すべての謎を
go and solve
明
all
ら
these
かにしよう
puzzles.
そもそも
I am the con
私は
artist,
詐
after
欺師
all.
だ初めて会った時
First time we met was the night you broke into
君
my
が
room.
私の部屋に
Then I
入ったこのお
discovered
姉さんには
this lady has a
秘
secret.
密
Or
があり
maybe
そうかしら
a lie?
いや
No, I think it's just a
ただの
secret.
ひどいわね。
Lady,
美
I'm a
しい
beautiful
少
young
女
girl.
お姉
We're the
さん
same
と呼ぶ
age.
なんて
Might even be
私た
a
ち
little younger.
まあいいでしょ
Forget about it. Let's have a
世
look.
界ケビン武装
Kevin Killer
タイ
Mark
プ
666.
666いにしえの楽
And
園を
wipe out the entire
丸ごと
Elysian
削
realm
除
in
で
one
きるなん
go.
て
Think carefully about what
恐
it
ろしい発明
activates
よ
it,
ね
Pelvi. The expert's
これは
design,
専
but
門家の
now
設
part's
計
still
だ
up
け
to
ど
me.
13英傑が
What's
残
at
した
stake is
全
the
ての
remaining
ものに
13
関わ
flame
るし
chasers.
全員
Both
一致も
unanimous vote, a majority
多数
decision,
決
or
も
flawed options.
それに
Hard to imagine
今
a
も想像
situation
でき
in
ない
which
ん
it
だ
needs to be
え
activated.
え
Well,
少
that's a
し
bit
困るわ
troubling.
ね
だから
Which is why I think,
エリシア
Alicia, since you're the one who let us
私たちに
leave this story
な
behind,
らば
then you should be
そ
the
れに
one
ピリ
who
オドを
puts
打
an
つ
end
の
to
は
it.
それって
Do you mean
私
the
に決めて
decision
も
is
らうっ
mine?
てこと
そう
Yes, think of it as a
私が
stage I
君
set
の
up
ため
just
に
for you.
君はビルビーの秘
You
密
helped
を守
Bobby
って
keep
く
her
れ
secret
た
and didn't tell anyone about me.
だったら
I was waiting to
君
make
の
a
秘
grand
密の
reveal
最高の姿
for the
で
best curtain call possible.
うーん
The grand
物語
finale.
の
I hadn't
結
given it much
末ね
thought. I'll have to really think it
今ま
over.
ででも
And make sure it has my
私の
flair
履
on
歴
it.
短
You
冊で
understand.
答えは
It's never just
一
one
つ
way
だ
to
け
do
よ
something. I think I know what you
なんと
mean.
私は
I have faith in
君を
you. Happy game! Happy game! Yay. Okay. We're gonna, oh, cool, thanks for that. Thanks for the fucking page spoiler. Then again, I remember in the one thing, she was called the Herter of Corruption. Okay. We'll have to figure out what the fuck is going on here next time. We'll go and find somebody to raid. Womp. Who do we want to raid? Let's go raid Toasty. Ugh. You're just about done, but also a good distance from the end. Well, we will worry about it tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Wednesday. And raid messages. As we do. I'll be back with more of this and probably more emotional damage on Wednesday. I'll have to remember to get this uploaded after stream. Hopefully we can get to part 2 one day. This is a long story game. This story is long and full of emotional damage. not gonna lie, teared up a bit. I'm sure there will be more tearing up and tears and such. But I will see you guys on Wednesday. Discord, Twitter, all that good stuff's linked down below. And I hope you guys have a good couple of days. Goodbye. Have a good night. Woo.